Hey, good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the third day of Stanford Blockchain Conference. The first session of the day will be on proof-of-stake protocols. And our next speaker is Daniel Trudy, and he will tell us about proof-of-stake protocols for privacy-aware blockchains.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Proof of Stake. My talk is about private proof of stake. It's joint work with Jaya Ganesh, who is also here in the audience, and Claudio Orlandi from Aarhus University. So if we talk about proof of stake, we should first talk about permissionless consensus. So if it's about blockchains, that's the question of how can you actually extend this chain. And this is often done using a lottery. The idea is we kind of have this lottery which gives the winner the right to actually make a new block. Now, if you say, well, wait, lottery? What I mean by lottery is the following. You all know those lotteries. One of them is called proof of work. Another one of this type is called proof of stake. Now, if we compare them, many of you will know, right? The idea is simple. Your winning probability of the lottery for proof of work is just the amount of work you invest. And in proof of stake, it's just the amount of money you actually have you invest into this lottery. This, of course, has some impact on the energy cost. So if you need to invest work to win the lottery, then obviously that will result in a high energy consumption, so not so green. On the other hand, we have proof of stake, where essentially all the energy cost is like, I need to check, oh, I won the lottery, and someone else who sees the block needs to verify that I actually won. And there's also this aspect of who controls the system. If you look at proof of work, then it's the miners, so people who have specialized hardware who actually maintain the system and therefore control it. In terms of proof of stake, it's simpler, right? Whoever has a lot of money in the system actually is also kind of maintaining this system. So if we look at this comparison, we would say, well, obviously, we want to choose proof of stake. But there's the question, what about privacy? AKA, I want to hide my money. So what I mean here is, as a user, of course, you can hide your money, no problem. We saw that in the previous days. There's solutions like Zcash, Mimblewimble, or QuizQuiz, which allow you to have anonymous transactions, hidden accounts, and so on. What I want to talk about today is privacy for the ones who maintain the system, so the ones who make new blocks. By doing so, they earn money, right? In proof of work, that's the block reward. So let's see how this looks for proof of work. So in proof of work, we have the work lottery, and here Alice, she wants to participate, so what she can do is she provides a block template. The block template has some data, right, transactions, and of course, important for Alice because she wants to make money, her reward address. She then invests some work, and if she's lucky, she wins. She gets a certificate from the lottery back, which says, you won, and can attach that to the block, and then Alice publishes this block. But here comes the bad guy. Obviously, the adversary wants to find out how much money Alice has, and it's quite easy for him to find this out because he just simply looks at the reward address and says, oh yeah, that's a block by Alice, so now Alice has block reward more money. So Alice is not happy about that, but for private proof of work, there's not much to be done. In fact, we just use always a fresh address. Each time you make a new block, instead of pointing to your old account with all your money, you just make a new account. And so in this setting of proof of work, the adversary now has no idea by looking at the block how much money Alice is actually making. Because note that the proof here, this certificate, is now based on the block. It's not dependent on Alice. It's just dependent on the block template, which is specified here on the left. So under those two assumptions here, we have privacy. Namely, you need anonymous transactions because now you have this fresh address, and Alice somehow wants to get back her money, so she needs to be able to transfer the money in some hidden way. And of course, we need anonymous way to publish blocks, because if the adversary can see, well, Alice announced the block, then again, he would learn that Alice got a block reward. So for private proof of work, this is pretty simple. We have privacy. So what about proof of stake? So in proof of stake, we start with a stake distribution, so a list saying that person has that amount of money. This is then put into the lottery we have, and now Alice, again, she participates. This time, no investment of work, she just checks, and if she wins, she gets a certificate, which she can use to create another block. Now, privacy concerns. We don't even have to look at the block as a bad guy. We can just look at the stake distribution, and we find out how much money Alice has. So she's not happy. Well, luckily, there's cryptography, so what we can do is we can just simply use committed stake. We hide the stake in this list. So now you just have a list of public keys with some commitment next to it, and that's the accounts. You can also use such systems in anonymous cryptocurrencies. That's nothing new. The problem now is your lottery, right? Your lottery actually has two components. One is I need to check I won, and then someone else who sees my block needs to be able to check that I indeed won the lottery. And this verification now with this list becomes more difficult. But, well, this is cryptography, so we upgrade the lottery. We just use zero-knowledge magic, and somehow the lottery will again work. Question is, if we do that, so the lottery just now works with this list, are we happy about that? The answer is no, not really, because the adversary just looks at the block. So if you look at the block, the proof itself is still identifying Alice. And so now, as this is a proof of stake lottery, so your winning probability is tied directly to your stake, the frequency will actually just reveal how much stake you have. So this is particularly concerning if you have a lot of stake, because then you will publish a lot of blocks, and so we know how much stake you have. So Alice is not happy about this. How can we do better? Well, what we actually want is an even better lottery, where Alice just gets some sort of anonymous proof, which essentially says someone won and they published that block. So now if the adversary looks at the block, nothing happens. And again, we have, similar to proof of work, we get the guarantees that privacy exists, assuming anonymous transactions and some way to publish blocks unseen. But of course, the question is, such a fancy lottery, can we achieve that? So our results to that is, yes, you can do. So it's feasible for a wide variety of lotteries, not just a lottery where you are allowed to publish a block. You can also use such an idea to create a lottery where, say, you are elected to a committee based on your stake. Now, this is a more theoretical result, as we just show you can do it. But also to show kind of that it's a bit more practical, we actually implemented such a made a protocol, designed a protocol for a specific thing, namely Ouroboros Praos, which is a proof-of-stake protocol. What I want to mention here is that there is concurrent work also on this topic by the people actually from the Ouroboros family. This is Kerber et al. They also make private proof-of-stake, but they do not care about the anonymous block publication. So they're perfectly happy if their lottery actually announces the winner. And this, of course, comes exactly at the cost of this leakage over frequency analysis. So if you want to see this more in a picture, this is the difference between our work. What we want to do is this really fancy magic lottery, and they just do this a bit lighter version here. For the rest of the talk, I want to focus here on this result for Ouroboros Praos to give you kind of an insight on how you can actually upgrade privacy. Of course, for that, we need to first see how Ouroboros Praos works. The idea is pretty simple in this protocol. What we want to have is a leader election lottery. So Ouroboros Praos actually splits the time into slots. And for each slot, we have potentially a block winner, and that winner can actually publish a block. The tool they use is called a verifiable random function. For those of you who know PRFs, it's just a PRF with a publicly verifiable proof. So why is this useful? Well, here's a kind of a diagram of how this VRF looks like. You have a key generation, which gives you a key pair, secret key, and public key. You can use the secret key to evaluate the VRF on any given input, and it gives you the output, and that's the fancy part, plus a proof. So this part here, the evaluation function, is used by the one with stake to actually check if they won the lottery. This is kind of the source of randomness in the lottery. And of course, now if they then win, they publish a block, we need to check that they won. So we have, of course, verify function, which takes your public key, the input, the output, the proof, and gives you yes or no. So the Ouroboros lottery looks as follows. We have accounts. So Alice has an account, and it's a well-known account. The account consists of the VRF public key, some signature public key, and of course the open stake, just plain number there. The lottery condition. So when has Alice won the lottery? Well, that's this equation. We essentially sample some randomness using the VRF and check that this is strictly smaller than a function of your stake times a scaling factor, which just makes sure that kind of it's in the same domain. Now, this function phi of stake, if you think about it, it scales. The more stake you have, the bigger this phi. So if you have, for instance, 0 stake, this phi will be 0. So you have not a chance to win the lottery. Then the thingy you get back from the lottery, the one part you actually put in your block, is as essentially saying, well, Alice has won the lottery using that stake. And a bit more formal, if you like, such a proof can look like this. You have a public key which identifies the account which has won the lottery. You have the output of the VRF plus the proof. And you have a block signature. This signature is essentially used to prevent other people from using my proof to actually create another block, right? Because if we don't have this signature, someone else could just take my proof and make a block where they get the reward. Now, if you look at this lottery here, this red stuff leaks information about your stake. So in particular, it's obvious that if you have open accounts, you can just read the stake. But also, like in this proof itself, if you publish this eval VRF there, this gives you already a bound on your stake. So the question now is, how can we do better? So that's kind of given by Ouroboros Praos. How do we make that private? The first thing is we commit stake. So instead of pointing at a single account, we point at the list of accounts where each account has committed stake. And then we replace this proof from Ouroboros Praos by a more generic proof, which just essentially states someone won. So what does this mean? A bit more formally, the proof has the following form. It says, I know a VRF key pair, a signature key pair. I know stake plus a corresponding commitment and a signature such that the following holds. First of all, this commitment is actually a commitment to my stake. Then there is actually an account in the list which has this commitment in it. So in other words, these two lines say, I own that much stake. Next line says, I won the lottery. Okay, it's just this lottery condition here. And finally, this signature I know here is a signature of the data block under the public key of the signature scheme in my account. This last line again is to prevent others from just stealing my proof and making their own block. Now the interesting question is, how can we do this? So the goal is now to create this proof in zero knowledge. So we need to prove the statement. How do you do that? Well, for those two parts here, you can just use generic Sigma protocols. One note here is that if you want to do that, the commitment should be algebraic. This one here, so the proof that you have an account in the list, you can do that by representing the list as a Merkle tree and then do a path proof. But the interesting part actually happens here in this proof of I won the lottery. So let's have a closer look at that. Our goal is to prove this statement in zero knowledge. That's the same as just splitting it up into saying my VRF evaluated into y, and y is smaller than this function of my stake. Now we know that this is theoretically feasible, so we could say we're done. But actually we want to also show that this is somewhat practical. So let's have a look at this phi. How does phi look like? That's this function. So f is the difficulty parameter. And the function of the stake is just essentially your relative stake. In other words, if you have all the stake, then this function gives you f. If you have no stake, it gives you 0. So it's just kind of this probability. But unfortunately, if you look at this function, that makes it really annoying to compute in zero knowledge, right? You have this exponent up there, and so on. So we want to avoid that, right? If you want to do practical stuff, don't try to compute that in zero knowledge. So how can we avoid computing it? Well, luckily the function has a nice property. It's called the independent aggregation property, and it's this formula up there, which looks complicated. But in more intuitive words, it just says, it doesn't matter if you split your stake into 2 accounts or more, your probability of winning the lottery overall stays the same. Okay? No matter if you have 1 account with 100 coins or 100 accounts with 1 coin, your probability of becoming the next slot leader is the same. And we can now use this to actually make virtual accounts in our proof. Instead of proving directly that my stake won, we actually split our stake into virtual accounts for the proof, where each of these virtual accounts has a known size. So this splitting is pretty simple. It's just this binary decomposition of my stake. So each of these accounts now either has a power of 2 stake or 0. And then, of course, we need to show that just one of my virtual accounts has 1. A bit more formally, the statement we want to prove in zero knowledge is the following. Say I know some bits, some VRF outputs y. I know the one account which won, plus, of course, my VRF key and the overall stake, such that A, the bits I just claimed that are bits are actually bits, plus that my stake actually decomposes in the way I just claim. And then the lower line there, right, we say one account won. So for that particular account, we need to make sure that the account really exists, has positive stake. So the bit should be 1. And then the rest is essentially just the VRF evaluation for that specific account. Okay, it's just the same as the top line for one virtual account. Now, how do you prove that? First line, that's standard techniques. The second line here, what we use is a sigma OR proof. So actually what we prove is that this statement is true for one of the accounts, and we do not reveal for which one. The cool part about this is now that here in this inequality, the right-hand side is just a constant. We can pre-compute that. That's the same for everyone. So you don't need to hide this constant in anywhere. And so we avoided to compute phi actually in zero knowledge. But there is one smaller detail in here. If you look at the evaluation of the VRF, right, in zero knowledge, if you want to do that, it actually requires the public key. You need to know the public key. The problem with that is we cannot reveal the public key of my account because then you could link it again and you know my stake. In order to solve that, we introduce so-called anonymous VRF. What they do is essentially they allow you to update your public key to generate a new random version of that public key, which we then can use here to create a zero knowledge proof. If you want to know more about this concept, I refer to the paper. So with that in mind, we have now these virtual accounts which allow us to prove that I won the lottery in a more efficient way. So with that said, we now have the proof. Essentially, we broke it down into these components. For each component, you can use, say, standard tools for zero knowledge to actually prove it. And so the lottery now works as follows. Alice, she can check if she won because she knows the stake. And if the inequality is satisfied for her, she can craft this zero knowledge proof, get kind of this certificate, which is now independent of her, and create here a new block. And so this makes a private version of Ouroboros Praos. So this brings us back here to our results. So what I've shown you today is kind of the idea for private proof of stake in the Ouroboros protocol. But again, I want to mention that it's feasible to do this also for other types of proof of stake. It's not limited to that protocol. The idea of kind of transforming protocols will be similar. It's just like in the details, it will differ, of course, because you have different goals. But it's possible. You can do that. And with that, I'm at the end of my talk. I'm happy to take questions.
If you have a question, please line up in the pathway.
Does this use the DDH VRF?
Sorry, what?
Does this use the DDH VRF?
You mean the VRF for the Ouroboros protocol?
Yeah.
I am not sure in the details, but I mean, it should work for different VRFs, right?
So the thing is, you have to verify. I didn't see this. You have to verify the VRF proof inside of the Sigma protocol. But then,
I mean, as I said, right, you cannot do it directly using the VRF. You need to upgrade it to this anonymous version of the VRF. It otherwise wouldn't work. Yeah, you would run into trouble. So we actually update this to a different primitive, which has a similar property as a VRF. Essentially, it's VRF, but it allows you to check proof without knowing who actually made that proof. I'm happy to discuss this with you afterwards, if you like.
Have you tried, or what challenges do you foresee in adapting your work for the Algorand protocol? So
in the Algorand protocol, you have the committee-based proof of stake. So the idea, as far as I understood it, is you elect kind of a committee which decides upon the next block. So what you would do there is kind of, you can also locally check if you won, and then your committee messages, you will publish your committee messages with such a proof. So it should be doable. But I have no idea how efficient this then would be.
Any other questions? Okay, if not, let's thank Daniel again. Our next speaker is Hongshen Zhou from Virginia Commonwealth University.
Thanks for the organizers for having me here so that I could present my recent results. This is the second proof-stake talk. So this joint work with Lei Fang and Jonathan Katz. Okay, the title is How to Mimic Nakamoto's Design, but via proof-stake. So here is the outline. We have 3 parts. So first, I want to motivate this. Then I want to show you my new design. And finally, I will try to talk about how to decouple consensus from the data distribution so that we can achieve much better performance. Okay, why will we mimic Nakamoto's design? So I know you guys know Nakamoto protocol very well, but still I want to repeat quite a bit so that you can warm up for my talk. Okay, so Nakamoto design is pretty cool because it's the first consensus via competition. So in Nakamoto design, there are 2 rows of players, users and miners. So users first broadcast the transactions to the network, and then the miners, they will compete, try to solve some proof-of-work puzzle, but follow some rules. And the winning miner is allowed to define the block, and then they can keep generating block after block. And the core of Nakamoto design actually is this proof-of-work puzzle, which is based on Hashi function. So as I said, proof-of-work puzzle need to follow some rules. First, they need to know what's the context. So typically, miners will follow the longest chain or the most difficult chain. And they will try to identify some solutions. Here means some nonsense, so that this Hashi inequality can be satisfied. Okay. So Nakamoto design is cool because we can show some nice security properties which can be very useful. So for example, some researchers show that they can achieve something called a common prefix. So basically, miners, they're widely distributed, but they are sure that if they prune the latest of few blocks, they know that the remaining will be the same. And this is very useful. And Nakamoto's design has very cute, very nice features. I list some of them. So first is a large-scale protocol. I mean, large-scale means more than 1,000 nodes. Actually, Nakamoto design is the first large-scale protocol because the protocol has very nice properties. The communication complexity is very, very low, and the protocol is not much interaction. So most time, miners will do local computing itself. And the protocol is permissionless or open, so it's easy to join or leave from the system. And you can also see there are other properties, strong security properties. And the protocol is really simple, no fancy advanced crypto tools used. Okay. So as I said, Nakamoto protocol is the first consensus but via computation. So we actually know consensus many years back, like 40 years back. 40 years back. But the previous design, it's not very inclusive. So it can be run among like hundreds of nodes. So that says, so we can argue this is more trustworthy because more nodes has been involved, and those nodes are worldwide distributed. And large-scale BFD-like protocols, I mean, lots of interactions protocols. So actually, it has never been stress-tested in the real world. I mean, a few groups claiming have new results, but it has never been stress-tested. This is very different from studied Bitcoin, Ethereum. Okay, so yeah, that's why Nakamoto, because Nakamoto is cool. So then second question is why we want to mimic Nakamoto but via proof stake. So that means Nakamoto is cool but still have some caveats. So as the first speaker mentioned, so there's some caveats. So the first caveat, the first thing is ideally we expect that the machine, the miners are worldwide distributed. But the reality is not. So there are like a small number of mining pools. They dominate the system, right? There's like a famous picture, okay? And this means the system is not very trustworthy as expected. And the second issue is obvious. So huge waste of computing resource. So we have to waste electricity and this hardware, okay? So yeah, proof stake arguably can solve those questions, those issues. So that's the why part. Now, second part is are there any solution? Okay, so there are solutions, but solve this question is not trivial. So people made maybe too tiny. People made lots of efforts. So you may try use trust hardware, trust beacon, but there's an obvious drawback, single point failure, right? You may use multi-party communication, VSS, PFT-like protocols, as I argued before. So those protocols is only for small size network, okay, not a very trustworthy. And the third part is something I will focus on. So it's Bitcoin-like, it's Nakamoto-like protocols. So efforts has been made, okay. And there's more, right? For example, you can hybrid this hash inequality and BFD protocols. So Algorand is a good example. So as I argued before, so no BFD-like protocols, large-scale protocol has been stress tested. Okay, so here, this part, I may focus on this part. So they are closely related work is Ouroboros Praos and Genesis from IOHK group. So the short comparison is the design is very different. And our design, our protocol has a faster confirmation time and is more flexible so that new players can join the system. Okay, so in short, so Ouroboros is like a chunk of blocks and then chunk of blocks and then chunk of blocks. So you will see in this design is kind of block and block and block. It's really like like a Bitcoin design. Okay. So yeah, how can we solve this, right? So I will take a few steps. First step, I will consider a restricted adversary. Okay. So since this talk is about how to mimic Nakamoto's design, so Nakamoto's design is here. The main part of Nakamoto's design is the Hashi inequality, right? So this is the context and this is the nonce. Okay. So I remove these transactions on purpose. Okay. So if you see this for a little bit of time, you will see that this nonce is just random numbers, right? So has no structure. Okay. Now the observation here is we will bring structure into the solution. So what is the structure? So in proof-stake system, so miners, they are proof-stake holders. They will first join the system. That means the player will have an ID, right, which is PK. And then now we define this solution as PK and the signature. So here the signature is a unique signature. Unique signature means one message, there's only one signature. Okay. So now if you compare these two, right, very close, but there's like a difference. The solution is with structure. So that means that whenever we want to verify a solution, we will take two steps. First, this is a Hashi inequality, and second, is this solution has this structure or not, which is a signature verification. Okay. That's the verify side. But the prover side, or the miner side, the winning miner side, so now in the proof work setting, so all miners, they have to work very, very hard. They will try different nonces, right? Because the nonce has no structure. But here, so each miner will do two things. First, generate this unique signature. Very trivial, right? You can use your cell phone. And second, so you will do this Hashi evaluation. It's very trivial. You can use your cell phone. So that means we can avoid huge computing. So that means this system can be moved to like a lightweight like a device. Okay, we don't need like a dedicated hardware, whatever. If you are familiar with like numerical problems, like in cryptography, it could be a analog. So this is about a search version, like this is about decision version of the like DDH and CDH. Okay. Apparently, the decision version is much simpler than the computational version. That's why in this design, the main intuition is we don't need a lot of computing power. Okay. So, yeah, it's a little bit complicated. Let me repeat a little bit, okay? So I did two modifications. First, we introduce this round, which is a time, okay? And the second, we introduce this unique signature, okay? And so that we can define this structure, this solution with structure, okay? So this first step, the basic version actually is pretty good, right? You can see because we remove the transaction, this part is public information and it's kind of fixed, right? And this is unique signature, so it will ensure each miner will have only one chance, right? And we can prove this is already secure if the adversary is restricted to follow some strategy as in Bitcoin. So basically, extending the longest, extending one position of blockchain. We can prove that. Okay. But as I said, this it's a restricted adversary. Now, what about a generic adversary, like arbitrary adversary? So real-world adversary, he may attend multiple like positions in the blockchain, right? Or he can play like smart or crazy tricks. So yeah, this part is pretty challenging. So if our adversary attend multiple positions, so intuitively, he may be able to amplify his portion of stake, right? So this is known as, many people know that, nothing at stake, the famous attack in proof stake. Okay. So let's try to think about nothing at stake a little bit more. So we know that if we extend the blockchain from multiple positions, so it's fork floor, the amplification rate of your stake will be larger than 1, right? But is there any bound? So we have a main discovery is for certain protocols, as the basic version we just designed before is carefully designed protocols. So this amplification rate can be amplified, can be upper bounded. Okay. So this upper bound actually is a acute constant, is E, is Euler, is E, is 2.7. Okay. And if we play some strategy to extend the blockchain, I call it too greedy. I will explain what is too greedy. Okay. So then we can also amplify the stake quite a bit, but it's smaller than this 2.7. Okay. So based on this observation, so we may try to use nothing at stake to defend against the nothing at stake. Because adversary, anyway, will play this like crazy attacks, right? So now we also let the honest guys to play nothing at stake, but it's kind of restricted version. So that's something we call the too greedy or one greedy. Okay. So I will explain one greedy, two greedy in the next slide. But before that, let's show you one table. So basically, if we play the same strategy as in Bitcoin, good guys and bad guys play the same strategy, we can have this 51% of honest majority assumption to ensure the security. But if the bad guy play things in a crazy way, honest guy play the same strategy as in Bitcoin, if the protocol has 73% of honest stake, the protocol is also secure. And if we let the honest people play something more aggressive, then we can improve the threshold, like 57. Okay. So now, what is I call this is one greedy or two greedy strategy. Okay. So in proof stake, in Bitcoin, we know that there's a long chain or the base chain. There's only one. But here, we will have a set of base chains. It's called a base chain set. So we will try to define what is the best chain set. Okay. So we have three steps. First, we need to identify the long chain. Second, we need to define. We will care about the distance to the long chain. There are some blocks that are really close to the long chain. So here, this is I put 0 means the distance to the long chain. The distance is 0, right? This is the long chain. And put 1. 1 means the distance to the long chain is 1. And 2, the distance to the long chain is 2. Okay. So what is one greedy, right? So we will basically extend the blocks within the distance is 1. Okay. So we will extend the blue blocks. So on this guy will extend this block, and this block, and this block. Okay. Okay. So the intuition is we will extend the blocks which are very close to the long chain. Okay. That's the intuition. So this will be very useful for argue about the security. So adversary, if this is not carefully defined, the adversary may play some strategy so that like a long fork could be generated. So with this nice structure, so long fork will never be generated. So the blocks, honest guy will always generate the blocks closely, you know. And then similarly, we can define too greedy, right? Too greedy means the distance to the long chain is 2, okay, all these blue blocks. Yeah. So we also consider, to be more practical, we also consider the length, you know. So the longest chains, and the second long chain, and the third long chains, and so on. Okay, so then we can, based on this structure, if all these guys play this nice strategy, let's say 2 greedy or 1 greedy, then we can show that whether adversary play what kind of strategy, we don't care. So if 50% of the stake are honest, then the system is secure. It's secure means we can achieve nice security properties. Yes, in academia, some common flags, chain quality, and other properties. And we can also prove the basic scheme. The basic scheme means the honest guy play the similar strategy as in Bitcoin, just to extend the long chain. Okay. So if honest guy have 73% of stake, we are still okay. Okay, this is the I don't know any question. You can ask me question after after the talk. Okay. So that's the second step. So basically, we can we have a novel design to ensure honest guys can extend the chain, can defend against the malicious guys. So honest guy will extend the blocks which is close to the long chain. Okay. So if the block is far from the long chain, the honest guy will not work on that. Adversary may want to work on that, but the honest guy will not work on that. So eventually, this chain will not receive a lot of support. So this main chain will be faster than this adversarial favorite chain. And there are more steps because, for example, how can new players join the system, right? So we also have a new strategy to ensure that. And so before, as I said, we remove the transaction from the block. Now we can use a digital signature. We can add the transaction to the blockchain easily. And there are more, right? You can have a long list. So the main point is the design really close to Bitcoin design. So that means you have fancy results about Bitcoin. We may be able to move to this side easily, right? For example, we can change this into a non-flat model easily. And we can adjust the difficulty very easily, right? We can also borrow these novel ideas about incentives to our system. Yeah, and we can also show some non-trivial things. We can also do post-quantum security. So we have a paper. The early version is online, but if you want to see the latest version, yeah, send me an email. So this is the theory part, and we also have a system part. So the protocol I just described is the engine of a new project called the Fractal platform. You can check the link. Okay, this is a green leaf. It's like a environment-friendly platform. So we have experiments, and you can see this is the chain. This is the chain. Looks like this. Okay, and this is Janus block. And actually, yeah, this is even like some experiments results. So, yeah. So, for example, this table says if we tune the greedy parameters, means if we allow not 2 greedy, we can improve into 3 greedy, 4 greedy, whatever. Then this width will become larger. Okay. So that's the consensus part. How can we design a proof-of-stake consensus, which is very similar to Nakamoto's design? Okay. So in the remaining, I want to talk about some new results we have. So we want to decouple consensus and the data distribution. Okay. So Nakamoto's design is really cool. I really like Nakamoto's design. However, so it's the first design, right? So many things are not fine-grained. And in particular, so the minor play multiple roles. Okay, minor play multiple roles, which is not necessarily good. So in particular, so in Nakamoto's design, consensus and block and the data distribution are played by one minor, the same minor. Okay, and if you look at this picture, you will see, so Nakamoto's design or the proof-of-stake design we just discussed is not optimal, right? So for example, the transactions are broadcast twice, here and here, right? And also the transaction broadcast is bottleneck. So it's occupied more than 90% the bandwidth. Okay. So yeah. So before show the new design, let's try to see some finding we had. So we found this throughput should be less than the upper bound, the average upper bound. So upper bound, upload bandwidth is the bottleneck. So the throughput is less than the average upload bandwidth. So yeah, we can easily argue about that. And the consequence is interesting. If you use each node has this like capability 20 Mbps, then that means if each transaction has 500 bytes, so there's an up bound. That means it's less than 5,000 transactions. So there are many projects that claim they have a huge number of transactions, but yeah, there must be some they hide something, right? So now our question is: can we achieve the optimal throughput? Can we find a better way to do the data distribution? Okay. So here we want to decouple the consensus from the data distribution. So we have so these users, right? So previously users send the transaction, broadcast the transaction to the miners. Now we introduce some a third rule called backbone packers. Okay, so those players, they will take care of the data distribution. Okay, and now we don't need to use a broadcast. We use routing, and and here, so previously. In the mining part, so the regular data block will be broadcast by the miner, right? So now we don't need to broadcast the miner. We will broadcast some headers like a tiny what we call the meta blocks. And these packers can also continue to broadcast pseudo blocks. You can view this as a data block. Okay. So the main idea is we will decouple the role of consensus, right? This miner will take care of consensus, and the block distribution. So mainly by packers. Okay. So we have multiple methods. And so we can achieve nearly optimal throughput. Okay, we can achieve this. And we can also achieve nearly optimal block propagation time. So that means we can also improve the confirmation time. So finally, we also have implementation. And this is a setting. So the input rate is 5K TBS, and then we try to use the regular packers, which means the capability is 20 Mbps, and it turns out the system cannot survive, it's crashed, right? Because the limit is 5K TBS. And then we have this very cool observation. The throughput is must be less than this average upload bandwidth, right? So that means we will improve this the packets. We improve this quite a bit. And now the bandwidth, the limit is 7K, more than 7K TBS. And now our throughput can achieve 5K. So this is the simulation. Yeah. So that's my talk. And we have some write-ups if you are interested. Yeah, send me an email.
Okay, we have time for a few questions. Can you step out?
Hi. I fail to see how this design prevents grinding attacks on the different possible payloads.
You mean?
A miner can try many different payloads, and whenever he signs for the payload, he creates different contexts for the next block after the one that he's currently mining. So then.
Yeah, but we follow this longest chain.
Yeah.
We follow this longest chain strategy. So we follow the longest chain. Longest chain is the base chain.
Of course, but the miner can try millions of possible different payloads.
Yeah, okay, that's very, very cool. So if you look at the design, sorry, I didn't get the question in the beginning. So we have two parts. Step one, in our design, we have something what we call the core chain. So we don't have the payloads. We remove the payloads on purpose, right? We consider these payloads. We consider something called a core chain without the payloads. So then you cannot play the trick by manipulating the payloads so that you can increase your opportunity.
So the core chain never commits to any payload?
No. But later, once we have a core chain, we have multiple steps. I had something. So once we have the core chain, we will have this step. We can add the transaction by using signature, by using digital signature.
And that signature does not become part of the context for the next block?
Yeah, there's some details. So,
okay.
So.
Okay, take it offline. Thanks.
Yeah, we can talk offline. So the paper is online.
Thank you for walking us through the consensus protocol. So I have a question regarding uncle chain generation. So as far as I understand, like a node can decide whether, or will decide whether it can build a next block on top, depending on its hash value. So, but that's a very fast process, right? So a lot of nodes could decide that they can build a new block, then propagate that block, and nodes in their neighborhood would then potentially build also other nodes on top, and it would take a comparatively long time for that information to propagate through the network compared to just extending the chain. So I have the feeling that would generate tons of uncle chains. How do you suppress that?
Sorry, can you summarize your question?
Okay, so
sorry.
So how do you address the problem of uncle chains? So you had the picture there where you had the chains forking, right?
Yeah.
But that information about an uncle chain needs to propagate through the network. So if I'm a node and I'm building a new block on top, I need to tell other nodes, and they will propagate that information. So by the time that information about my new block has reached somebody in the back, they might already have spawned a completely different uncle chain because hashing is so fast. But maybe you can take that question offline.
Yeah,
I have the
offline.
feeling it's very specific.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Any other questions? And the next speaker, please set up. And I also have a quick question. I think you commented that in some prior works, new players cannot join security, while in your system you can. Can you elaborate on what you mean
Yeah,
by
this
joining.
part is pretty subtle. So, so
Okay.
basically, when the new player joins the system, so.
All right, if it's complicated, let's take it offline then. Okay, our next speaker is Sarah Zovi, and she's from University of College London, and she will tell us about betting on blockchains.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Sarah. I'm a PhD student at UCL, and today I'll be talking about Phantomet, which is a protocol that I designed as part of my PhD at UCL. This is joint work with my supervisor, Sarah McEljon, and with Paddy, which you may remember from yesterday's talk. So before I start, just to give you like a bit of like context and background, let me like quickly recall what are the differences between Bitcoin and traditional consensus, or consensus as we used to do it before Bitcoin. So in Bitcoin, participation is like open. It means that participants can just join and leave the protocol whenever they wish. So this is in comparison to traditional consensus protocol, where there's a fixed set of participants. They need to know who they are. We don't have that with Bitcoin. It's completely open. Also, we have one message that is broadcast per round. So it means that in Bitcoin, in order to like reach consensus, there's just like the miners who solve the proof of work, who's going to broadcast their block, and then hopefully, if there's no fork, it's going to be accepted. Again, in contrast with traditional consensus protocol, where people have prepare, etc., commit, many message exchange. So in Bitcoin, incentives are at the core of the security. And really, like, this is the reason why we can have, this like one message broadcast. It's because there's the whole proof of work, and, it costs money to create block, etc. So really, like, incentives is the key here. So, however, all of this has a cost, and we all know it, that proof of work consumes a lot of energy. There are, many approximations, maybe like 1 million jets flying, or like Iceland, or, whatever country. We don't really know, but we just know that it's a lot of energy. We are all, fully aware of it. And also another problem is that it's slow, because, we have the proof of work, like by design, the proof of work should take like 10 minutes. That's, for the security. So it means we have top one block like every 10 minutes, and, same like approximation say that it's approximately 7 transactions per second in Bitcoin, so not ideal. So could we have a blockchain without proof of work? So as you know from the title of this whole session, there is a very famous alternative to proof of work that is called proof of stake. So we've seen talk about it. So I know like you now all know what proof of stake is about. It's like instead of having like computation that determine the new leader, it's going to be stake in a proof of stake. Leader. I'm not going to explain that further. You all know what it is. So now my question is that can we get the same guarantees using proof of stake as we have with proof of work? And actually, there are many problems associated with it. So nothing at stake, for example, the previous speaker mentioned it. I'm going to quickly like I mentioned what it is. So the idea is like when you have proof of stake, it doesn't cost money to create a block. So it means that if we have a fork, participants can just, extend all the chains, because it doesn't cost them anything, so they may as well, try their best, and they have nothing to lose. So that's the nothing at stake problem. So there is also the grinding problem. So again, this was mentioned by, the person who asked the question at the end. So the grinding problem is that this idea of like similarly, it doesn't cost anything to create a block. So let's say that I'm elected leader and I get the right to create a block. I could just grind through all the parameters possible in order, to find a block, a specific block, that's going to give me some unfair advantage in the future. That's grinding. And lastly, there are launch rent attacks. So again, like still the same idea. let's imagine, that we have a chain of blocks, and then an attacker is going to bribe all participants, like, for example, by their previous secret key. Now they are not in the consensus anymore, and because it doesn't cost anything to create block, they're just going to create block with this secret key and just rewrite the entire history of the blockchain. And because the participants are not even in the system anymore, an adversary could do this attack at no cost because participants have no incentive. They may, sell their old keys for barely nothing. So that's the main 3 problems with proof of stake. So there are, fortunately, some solutions that have been proposed. Again, in the previous talk, they were mentioned. So there is Algorand, which is also, doing some kind of PBFT-style protocol where there is a committee that is voting on the block. Again, the previous speaker mentioned it. There's also, Ouroboros and Snow White that are more, cryptographic based. So the problem with having PBFT style is also there is a big overhead. There are, again, voting and prepare and commit and things. So lot of messages. So one of our ideas when designing this new protocol that I'll present later is to use incentive to move away from this PBFT style and have something, that is more, I don't want to repeat what the previous speaker was saying, but mimic a proof of work as well. So the idea is we're really gonna leverage this economic component that we have in Bitcoin in order to have a protocol such that there's just one block that is broadcast, and we don't need to have all of this voting. That is a pretty big overhead. Okay, so indeed, as I said, in my previous slide, and as I have repeated right now, in blockchains, incentive matters, and incentives. Just to prove it to you, a quick example, we know there are many attacks and failures in incentive in Bitcoin. For example, there's selfish mining. Okay, again, selfish mining. There's the verifier dilemma. There is the miner's dilemma. There is plenty of bribery attacks. So really, it's very there are a lot of failures in incentives. So it's very important to try and get it right if we want to have a secure protocol. So how do we do that? How can we get the incentive right? So what we did is we created a new model, kind of. So this, what do we want from this model? So we want a model that incorporates rational players. Because when we do security and cryptography, we don't really consider incentives and rationality. That we do when we do game theory. So the idea is we want to still do security, but incorporate this kind of game theory stuff and have rational players. However, we're still doing security, and in security, it's not always obvious what the incentives of the attacker can be, and they can be not money or anything. So it's still very important, in addition to rational player, to consider fully malicious player. And lastly, something that we want from our model is to consider coalitions. So this, again, we know that coalitions are a big problem in Bitcoin. We see with mining pools. This is a threat to decentralization. This makes the protocol less secure. So it's very important in our model to take this into account, that coalitions do form. So that's what we want. Now, fortunately for us, there is some work that has been done in this direction. So first, there is the bar model. So this was introduced by Jean-Philippe Martin, and his co-author. So bar stands for Byzantine, altruistic, and rational. So again, this means that we're gonna, consider in our model both Byzantine and rational players. So this I have already mentioned what they are, and then we also gonna consider altruistic players, which are players that just follow the rule, or good players. And also, it is actually quite a realistic assumption to consider altruistic player, because we actually see them in real life, in real system. Even in Bitcoin, we know that mining, is not the rational things to do, but a lot of people still follow the protocol. Okay, so that's for the bar model that we're going to use. Next, we're going to use something that is called robustness, and this was introduced by Itai Abraham and his co-author. So robustness encompasses two properties. The first one is resilience. So remember I was telling you about like coalitions. So resilience is really going to take like these coalitions into account, and the idea is like a system would be resilient if, like, even if people form coalitions, they are still incentivized to follow the protocol. So if you are familiar with the Nash equilibrium, which probably you are, you can see that as kind of like a coalition resistance Nash equilibrium. And next, the second property of robustness is immunity. So again, I've talked about the fact that we have both a rational and like non-rational player in our system, and immunity is going to capture the fact that even if we have like, you know, completely like malicious adversary that are actually willing to lose money, then these adversaries are not going to affect the other players. So even if someone is like, I want to crash this system, I'm going to sabotage this, even if I have to spend like, you know, millions of dollars doing that, well, really, like, they cannot really like impact the like utility of the other player. So they don't affect the system. That's the idea behind robustness. Okay, so that's like the part of our model that really like consider incentives. So as I said, it's important. But that's not it. So in addition to this, we also want to have, you know, more traditional security properties that are associated with blockchains. And again, fortunately, these have been studied by the academic literature. So there are some properties that we'd like to achieve. One of them is chain growth. So I think the name is pretty explicit. It just means that the chain grows. So this is like the idea of liveness for those of you who are familiar with distributed systems. So it means that, you know, blocks are created, basically. Then we want to have chain quality. So chain quality, it means that an adversary cannot contribute more block to the blockchain than what they are supposed to. So for example, if you think about proof of work, you know, you should create blocks proportionally to your computational power, and that's basically what chain quality is. It's like, you know, if you have 10% of the computational power, you should contribute 10% of the block, more or less. Okay, and then we have like a common prefix. So again, I think this is quite explicit by the name. Common prefix states that we want all the like miners in the system to agree on their view of the blockchain, except maybe for the last block. So these are the properties that are usually associated with blockchains. Okay, so now that I have introduced the model and the security that we want to achieve, I'm going to present the protocol Phantomet, which is a proof-of-stake protocol. So there are two parts in this protocol. First, we want to have a leader election. So again, remember, when we have proof of work, you can kind of see that as a leader election, where the person who solved like the proof of work is elected leader. So instead of having that, because we don't want proof of work, we have a cryptographic leader election. So we just want someone or many people to be elected in order to gain the right to create block. So this leader election, we want it to be publicly verifiable. So again, that makes sense because we don't want anyone to be able to claim, I get the right, otherwise that would be kind of messy. So this needs to be like a publicly verifiable proof of eligibility. And lastly, so we want one block to elect at least one leader. Again, I think that's obvious because otherwise nothing will happen. Okay, so that's for our leader election. So that's one part of the Phantomet protocol. And so associated with that, we have what we call a betting scheme. So again, this betting scheme, the idea would be to use incentive to move away from, like, you know, the PBFT style proof of stake protocol. So again, like, the idea here is like when, you know, players are gonna be able to like create block, then we want to have rules of like how they add it to the blockchain, and, you know, what is the fork choice rule. And that's what we call betting, because if you think about proof of work, you can kind of see that as a betting system, because imagine there are, you know, 2 chains. Then if you create a block on top of one chain, like, you are spending money, like betting that this chain is gonna work. So really the idea that what we call betting is just like creating a block. Okay, so I'm gonna start by presenting our leader election. So first, what properties do we want for the leader election? We want it to be fair. So that's the same notion, chain quality that I have, you know, expressed earlier. So we want, for example, that everyone is elected with the same probability, or, you know, because we are in proof of stake, maybe the probability should be like proportional to their to the stake of the person. But basically, we don't want an adversary to be able to be elected more than what they should. We also want this leader election to be unpredictable. Because think about it. If an adversary can know in advance which participant is going to be elected leader, then they can, you know, DDoS them, and we just, like, never heard about them. So we want unpredictability. And in addition to this, our protocol is also going to give us, like, private unpredictability, which means that even like a player cannot determine even for themselves if they are going to be elected leader in the next round. So there's, you know, unless like before some step, but you cannot like predict too much in advance, even for yourself, if you're going to be elected leader. And lastly, we want liveness. So again, the idea is like, even if there's an adversary in the network, the other participants should still be able to elect a leader nonetheless. Okay, so in order to achieve all of this, what we're gonna do is we're gonna use a random beacon. So I'm sure that here everyone is familiar with the concept of a random beacon. This is a pseudo-randomly generated number, and the idea is like this random beacon is gonna be associated with a block. So with each block, there's a random beacon associated, okay? Okay. So our leader election is very much inspired by the one used in Algorand. So this is roughly what it consists in. So again, I think, I think that people in this audience are quite familiar with Algorand, so I'm gonna explain it, but very quickly. So first, we're going to initialize a random beacon. So this can be done, you know, using any coin tossing scheme. There are a lot of this in cryptography. So again, if you are familiar with this, if you are not, it's fine, don't worry. But if you are, you may know that this protocols, they also require a lot of like exchange of messages, which we don't really like. But the idea is like we're going to do like this coin tossing scheme only once in order to initialize the random beacon in a like fair way. And then after that, after we have initialized the random beacon, we're going to use a verifiable random function. Again, we talked about it, like the previous speaker talked about it, so I'm sure you all know what it is. And you're going to apply the verifiable random function to the random beacon, which is going to give you a new random number. And then you're going to check if this number is less than target. And if it is, you will be elected leader. So again, similar to other proof-of-stake protocol, hopefully you are familiar with this. So now, in addition to this, we're going to use a verifiable delay function in order to achieve liveness. So verifiable delay function, this is like a crypto primitive that was actually invented by the people who are organizing this conference. So this was like Benedict, Dan Bonnet, and Joe. And the idea is like, so this is a function that you're going to apply to like a seed, so for example, like the random number, and it's going to take some time to compute. So the way, you know, to abstractly see this this thing is like if no one is elected leader, what participants are going to do is that they are going to redraw the lottery but only after some time. So really, like this verifiable delay function is what's going to force the participant to wait some amount of time before they can redraw the lottery and then see if with this new lottery they are elected leader. And the idea is actually going to do that up until someone is elected leader. And this, so this will happen hopefully quite fast. Okay, so this was for the leader election protocol. So again, to sum up, even if you didn't really understand what it was about, the idea is like one block is going to elect at least one leader. And that's the main thing to remember. So now the main, core of the protocol. So first, in our protocol, we're going to use block DAG, and our protocol is inspired by the Phantom protocol by Jonathan and Aviv. So the idea, I'm going to explain what a block DAG is if you don't know. So first, we're going to have a block that bets on its parent block. So again, I have explained this with, the proof of work. So this is like similar. Just, a block, create a block on top of another, and it's similar as betting on this block, right? But now, because we are in a block DAG setting, we're going to have that a block also references other block. So let me illustrate that. Here you see that block C is betting on block A. So again, similar to proof of work, you are creating a block on top of another block. However, in this case, like block C is also like referencing block B, and you can see that as a way to say, okay, I'm extended, chain A, but I'm also aware that there is this other chain. So this is a block DAG, but still there's this notion of chain. So these two links, they are not the same. So AC is a chain, not BC. Okay. So now the idea behind our protocol is that the more connections you have, the better the score of your block is going to be. Also, let me quickly make it something clear here, is that when I say connection, I don't mean connection in terms of like network. I mean connection in terms of the DAG structure. So for example, in this case, you see that C is connecting to both A and B, and that's what I mean by connection. So in terms of the DAG. Okay, so now the idea is that we're going to break tie using the random beacon. So remember, I told you, with every block, there's a random beacon associated. And the idea is like a block can only reference blocks that have a smaller score. So to make that a bit clearer, so here we have block A and B. Each of them has a number, so random beacon associated with them, RA and RB. And we assume that, RA is smaller than RB. And this is, what's going to break the tie between block A and B. And so we're going to say that block A is like winning. So in that case, block C is extending block A and referencing block B. But for example, if someone wants to extend block B, they are not allowed to do that. And this is because of this rule, the last bullet point, that a block can only reference block with smaller score. And the idea behind that is like the main chain is going to grow faster than the weak chain. So because this is like the main idea behind the protocol, I'm going to illustrate that one more time. Okay, so here you can see that we have two chains, AC and BD. And you can see that, block C has better connection than block D because, there are more edges in its subgraph. So we can say that, the chain AC is the winning one. Okay, makes sense. Now imagine that we have an adversary that wants to cheat and wants to extend the weak chain. So that will be chain BD. So they're going to create their block here. Now, by the rule of the protocol, the only way they are able to do that is by referencing only block A. Because if they were referencing block C, it would be as if they were telling everyone, look, guys, I'm aware that, this block exists, but I don't care. I want to cheat. I want to, choose the weakest chain. And so that's obvious misbehavior, right? So that's why we don't allow that. A block that reference C would not be accepted, right? On the other hand, if a block wants to bet, on the strong chain, then they are allowed to reference the weak chain. So as you see on this graph, we see that clearly the strong chain is going to grow faster than the weak chain because it's going to have more edges in its subdag. Okay, hopefully this is clear. Now what we're going to have in our protocol is that we're going to reward connectivity. So again, a block, and same, connectivity in terms of the DAG. So it means that a block, that have more edges is gonna more, earn more rewards. And also a block that is not, connected well enough is gonna get, some punishment. So how do we achieve security? So again, like the idea is like players are gonna be incentivized to reference other blocks because of what I've just said, because they're gonna earn more reward, and also by doing so, it's gonna make them more likely to be in the main chain, because if they have more connection to other block, it's gonna also increase their score. And also, players are incentivized to publish their block because they want to get like more reference again by other blocks. So this is really how we're gonna achieve like robustness. Remember this idea of like incentive compatibility that I talked about in the beginning of my talk. Okay, so that's for the incentives. Now, what about the chain, the more like blockchain security property? So remember, I talked about chain growth and common prefix. So in my case, because I have a block DAG, I merged these two properties into one that I called convergence, but that captures the same idea. And so if convergence is achieved, is because of this notion that the main chain grows faster that I've just explained before. So like the idea is like players are gonna reach consensus. Like we're not gonna have many chains that are gonna grow. And next, chain quality. Again, remember this idea of fairness. So this is achieved thanks to the fair leader election that I've mentioned previously. Okay, so in addition to that, remember at the beginning of my talk, I talked about long-range attacks, right? So in order to thwart them, what we do is that we add a decentralized checkpointing. So I'm gonna explain that quite quickly because it's almost the end. But very briefly, the idea is like we're gonna have like candidate blocks. So for example, here X1 and X2, which are candidates to be like finalized. And then you can kind of see that as a two-phase commit. And the idea is like after 2/3 of the candidate, and also let me just specify that for the sake of these slides, we're gonna assume that the participants are fixed. Just to make it like simpler. So once 2/3 of the participants I've placed a bet on X1 and X2, we're gonna say that they are justified. And then we're gonna redo this, this again. And after, again, 2/3 of the participants have placed bet on the block Y1 and Y2, then X1 and X2 are finalized. And basically what we show in our paper is like by the time that X1 and R2 are finalized, then all the participants are aware of this. And so like an adversary could not come up with another like X3. No one will accept that. So that's the decentralized checkpointing, very quickly. So in addition to that, in our paper, we did some simulation. So the idea is that we're gonna simulate the strategy that an adversary would have, either in the rational case or in the fully malicious case. So the idea is like the adversary is gonna try to grind in order to either like maximize its profits if they are in a coalition, or also they're gonna try and harm the honest player. So that's the simulation we made, and basically what we found is that a coalition can actually like increase their profits, but only in a limited way. And similarly, if there is some irrational adversary that want to like attack the other player, they can also do so in a very limited way, and also they're gonna harm themselves more than others. So they're actually gonna spend money in this attack. So we also, captured the idea of like convergence, and we saw that indeed it's normal in our case that we have some forks, but then it's acceptable because blocks are created really fast, and chain quality is also indeed achieved. So before I finish my talk, I'm gonna very quickly explain what are the differences of Phantom8 between like the other proof-of-stake protocol. So Phantom8, just like Snow White and Ouroboros Praos, there's only one message per round that is broadcast. So again, it's like just one block, and we don't have like this idea of like voting like we have in Algorand. Also, in Phantom8, unlike all these proof-of-stake protocol, we don't really rely on synchronized clocks, in order to achieve liveness. And this is because we use this verifiable delay function. And also, I think we are the only one who are really like concerned a lot with instances and who consider, more complex version of incentive security property by this idea of liveness that I introduced at the beginning of my talk. Okay, so to conclude, we use like block DAG in order to enforce accountability, to really see, what the players were doing and to force them to show their view of the blockchain. We also incentivize players to follow the protocol, and really like we leverage incentive in order to have a blockchain type proof-of-stake protocol rather than something where there are like a lot of voting, etc. You can find the paper online, and I think we have maybe some time for questions. Thank you.
All right, we have time for 1 or 2 quick questions.
Hi, thank you for the great talk. I had a question about the random beacon, the construction of the random beacon. Is the VRF applied before the VDF, or?
No, yes, exactly. The VRF is applied before the VDF.
And so is it a stake-based?
What?
Is it based on a stake? I want to understand better how you prevent the grinding. If the VRF is before VDF and it's not based on a stake, they can grind many VRFs so that they can elect a desirable leader.
So, okay, yeah, that's a good point. So the idea is like, so in order to participate in the protocol, people have to deposit some stake because you remember I was telling you that there's a punishment associated. So because we have this deposit, that we kind of have a list, of all the participants. And when they deposit stake, participants have to commit to their secret key. So it means that basically when they compute the VRF, they have nothing to grind to because their secret key is already like committed. So they and then they apply it to the random beacon, whose same he is like is unbiaseable. So so they cannot like grind through secret keys, for example. So the VDF is only in the case where no one is elected leader. So the thing is like in the base case, we don't use the VDF. So if no one is elected leader, then everyone is going to update their random beacon with the VDF, but that will be like after some time. And in the meantime, if, in the meantime, where everyone computes the VDF, someone comes with like a proof of eligibility, then we will just stop and people will not finish the computation, right?
So I guess it's kind of a piggybacking on that question. What is your network assumption to make sure that you are saying that after some time, then everybody runs VDF? That clearly shows that you have notion of synchrony, and for counting references, you have to have some notion of like how long, like a upper bound on latency in the block broadcast. So what is your network assumptions?
So we assume partial synchronicity.
Can you like be more specific?
So basically it's also the assumption that is used very often in the blockchain type of setting. So the idea is like participants are gonna receive message within a bounded delay, but participants are not aware of this delay. So that's why we cannot really have like timeouts because people don't know like the delay, but we know that after some fixed delay, they're gonna receive the block.
All right, now we'll have the last talk of the session. Go ahead, please set up. Talk will be given by Ren Zhang, and he will tell us about more secure proof-of-work protocols.
Good morning, everyone. I have no idea why I'm in a session called Proof of Stake. A few words about me. I work at Nervos, a public permissionless blockchain that is yet to launch. I'm also a PhD student at COSIC Research Group, KU Leuven. And I started this work during my internship at Blockstream. And this work is the result of a long series of discussion with, sorry. Why does it turn the page automatically? It's the result of a long series of discussion with Jonathan Sompolinsky, Peter Wohler, Gregory Maxwell, and Adam Back. And Andrew Miller helped me restructure the paper entirely. So if there are some mistakes in the paper, I'm sure it's their problem, not mine. So since Bitcoin's Nakamoto consensus, a lot of proof-of-work consensus protocols have been proposed. However, the technological advancement of a field cannot be simply measured by the number of protocols. So in this work, our key research question is there a proof-of-work consensus protocol that comprehensively outperforms Bitcoin's Nakamoto consensus in its security? Let's first recall Bitcoin's Nakamoto consensus. To resolve fork, the protocol prescribes that miners choose the longest chain, if there is one, or the first received chain in a tie. A tie is an equal length block race. To issue rewards, the protocol prescribes that miners always mine on the main chain blocks, and main chain blocks receive full rewards, and orphaned blocks receive nothing. The key weakness of the protocol is its imperfect chain quality. An attacker with less than 50% of the total mining power can modify the blockchain with high success rate. So chain quality is not perfect. I don't care. So what? The imperfect chain quality leads to 3 attacks. First, selfish mining attack. In this attack, in this figure, the red rectangle indicates the time a block is broadcast to the network. In this attack, after finding a block, instead of publishing it immediately to the network, the attacker chooses to withhold it and secretly mines on top of it, hoping to gain a larger lead on the public blockchain. And when other miner finds a block, the selfish miner will choose to release the block immediately, hoping that the attacker block reaches the majority of miners before the honest block. If the selfish miner gets lucky and the next block is found after the attacker block, he wins the block race, and the honest block is orphaned. If the selfish miner is really lucky to find more than one block in a row, when other miner finds a block, the selfish miner is sure that he will win the block race because he has a longer chain. In this attack, the attacker gains block reward unproportional to the mining power share. And rational miners would join the attacker to perform the attack, which damages decentralization. The second attack is called double spending attack. In this attack, the attacker embeds a transaction to the merchant in the public blockchain and secretly mines a blockchain with a conflicting version of the transaction. And then when the public blockchain reaches 6 confirmation, the merchant will deliver the product. At that time, the selfish miner the attacker can reveal all the secret blocks to invalidate the public chain and reverse the transaction that was previously believed to be confirmed. Therefore, the attacker gets the product without actually spending the money. The last attack is called censorship attack. In this attack, the attacker publicly posts a threat that I will try to invalidate all blocks confirming these transactions. However, if some miners stand up against the attacker, saying that I do not stand by in the presence of evil, the attacker will actually do it. Although the success rate of the attack is relatively small, the rational choice for other miners is to join the attacker in the censorship attack, and the attacker becomes a de facto owner of the system. These 3 attacks are most influential. Other attacks are either their variants or don't directly target the consensus layer. Our evaluation framework consists of 4 metrics according to the formal observation. A protocol claims to be more secure than Nakamoto consensus needs to either achieve better chain quality or resist better against all three attacks. First, selfish mining resistance is measured by incentive compatibility, double spending resistance is measured by subversion gain, and censorship resistance is measured by censorship susceptibility. If you're interested in the mathematical definition of these metrics, you're welcome to check the paper. We split all the protocols that claim to be more secure than Nakamoto consensus into two groups accordingly. The first group, we call them better chain quality protocols. These protocols claim that I can raise the chain quality and solve these attacks fundamentally. The second group is called attack-resistant protocols. In these protocols, they claim that I don't need to raise the chain quality. I can defend against the attacks. We further split this group into three subgroups. First, we call them reward-all protocols. These protocols reward all proof-of-work solutions equally, regardless of whether they contribute to transaction confirmation. By compensating the losers, this protocol removes the incentive for the attacker to perform selfish mining. The second type of protocol second subgroup is called punishment protocols. This protocol forfeit a proportion of the block rewards from all the blocks that are suspicious of malicious behavior. By removing the reward of the malicious miners, this protocol hopes to selfish mining and double spending attacks. The last subgroup is called reward lucky protocols. These protocols reward the blocks based on the block content rather than the topology, hoping that these lucky blocks will serve as anchor points to stabilize the blockchain. We use MDP-based methods. First, we define the attacker's utility according to the security metric of interest. Second, we model the consensus protocol as a Markov decision process, which allows us to compute the attacker's optimal strategies and their maximum utilities in various settings. Then we compare the utilities with Nakamoto consensus and find out why they are better or worse. At last, we check the respective strategies and find out why. For the rest of this presentation, I'm only going to talk about the results. So, are you ready? A disclaimer. Please do not equate the security of a consensus protocol with this cryptocurrency, because many real-world factors also affect the attack difficulty. For example, performing a 51% attack against Ethereum Classic is apparently easier than attacking Bitcoin. Second, several systems introduced extra protection after we started this work. So here are the simplified results of better chain quality protocols. I'm only going to talk about two of them in this presentation. For the other two, you can check the paper. The first is called smallest hash tie breaking. In a tie, namely in an equal length block race, this protocol prescribes that all miners break the tie with the smallest hash, regardless of which one is received first. I compare the hash of these two chain tips and mine on the smaller one. The second is called unpredictable deterministic tie breaking. It prescribes that miners break the tie with a deterministic pseudo-random function, regardless of which one is received first. The rationale behind this design is that it is impossible for the attacker to predict whether he will win the block race before he sees the competing block. In the control group, we choose Nakamoto consensus when gamma equals 0.5, which means first receive tie breaking, and when two chains broadcast simultaneously, choose randomly. So, what are the rankings of these three examples? Nakamoto consensus performs the best, and smallest hash performs the worst. So why is NC gamma equals 0.5 better than UDTB? So in this mining sequence, if the attacker finds a block and chooses to withhold it, if the next two blocks is found by the honest miner, in Nakamoto consensus, it's game over for the attacker. Even if you find the next block, no miner will mine on your block because you are broadcast late. You're not first received. However, in UDTB, the attacker can still keep mining on the shorter chain, hoping that if my next block is lucky, I can still overtake the entire blockchain because I can win the deterministic pseudo-random function, regardless of whether I'm published late. This catching up from behind strategy makes it strictly worse than Nakamoto consensus. And second, why is smallish hash type breaking performed so bad? Look at this example. The attacker controls only 2% of the total mining power. However, the attacker is really lucky to find a block that its hash is within the smallest 1% of the hash space. Therefore, the attacker is sure that with 99% possibility, I can win the tie. It's a good thing to try. And with 99% possibility, the attacker's block can invalidate the next honest block. However, if the attacker is not very lucky that its hash is only within the top 40% of the smallest 40% of the hash space, the attacker can choose to broadcast the block immediately to avoid losing the block reward. So this allows the attacker to accurately compute the probability of winning a tie. Therefore, the attacker can only gamble the system when the odds are in favor. By giving the attacker this advantage, the attacker can perform better attack than in the other protocols. So some general results on better chain quality protocols. As you can see, none of them performs better than the Nakamoto consensus in all settings. No protocol achieves the ideal chain quality when the attacker mining power is more than a quarter. And no protocol performs better than Nakamoto consensus gamma equals 0, namely the honest miner wins all the ties for all alpha. Why is that? Because the protocols cannot distinguish between honest and attacker blocks. And why can't it distinguish them? Because information asymmetry. The attacker acts on all available information, and the compliant miners do not. And why don't they? Why can't the protocol prescribe that you have a responsive strategy? Because inconsistent assumptions. The proof-of-work protocols try to be asynchronous, and they prescribe that honest miners only act on limited public information. So now the attack-resistant protocols. We choose the most famous protocols of each category. For reward all protocols, we choose fruit chain. In fruit chains, the same mining procedure have two kinds of different product. The product is a block if the first k bits of the candidate's hash is smaller than a predefined threshold. The product is a fruit if the last k bits of the candidate's hash is below another threshold. And fruits are embedded in blocks, transactions are embedded in fruits. For the fork resolving policy, it uses the longest chain and first receive policy, same as Nakamoto consensus, reward splitting protocols, and subchain protocol, in order to isolate the effect of chain quality on attack resistance. Each fruit has a pointer block, which is a recent block the fruit miner is sure will not be orphaned. A fruit is valid if both conditions are met. First, the pointer block is in the main chain. So for the tomato, because its pointer block is orphaned, the tomato is forever never valid. Sorry. The second condition is the gap of the fruit is smaller than a predefined timeout. And the gap is defined as the height difference between the fruit's host block and the pointer block. In this example, the gap of the banana is 2. And valid fruits receive full rewards, and blocks receive nothing. Here are the results of fruit chains. So, despite the author's claim, fruit chains' incentive compatibility is sometimes better, sometimes worse than Nakamoto consensus. Why is that? Because risk-free units encourage more audacious behavior. The attacker can use worthless blocks to invalidate honest fruits. That's why in certain cases, fruit chains' incentive compatibility is not as good as Nakamoto consensus. And for subversion gain, it's worse than Nakamoto consensus. Because in NC, a failed double spending attempt results in losing all the block rewards. However, in fruit chains, the attacker gets the first several fruit rewards anyway. Therefore, the attacker has less financial risk to attack. Let me illustrate this. So assuming that the attacker starts performing a double spending attack, as you can see in this figure, the fruits generated at the beginning of the attack can be embedded in both chains. Therefore, the attacker still gets the reward during his performing the double spending attack. However, the attacker's secret block will be invalidated if the attack fails. But this secret block has no reward anyway, so there's no risk for double spending. For fruit chains attackers, why not? Let's try it all the time. And more fruits make things slightly better. It is better than Nakamoto consensus in its censorship susceptibility, because fruits in invalidated blocks may still be added later to the blockchain. The second protocol is a punishment protocol called reward splitting protocol. It allows a block to refer to previously orphaned blocks as uncles. An uncle is valid if the gap is smaller than the predefined timeout. And the gap is defined as the height difference between the host block, which is the block referring to the uncle block, and the uncle block is himself. Note that this definition has no pointer, unlike fruit chain's gap definition. Each block reward is evenly split among competing blocks and uncles of the same height. For example, in this figure, the block reward of B and C are half of the block reward of A and D, because B and C have competing blocks, while A and D don't have. Note that reward splitting protocol is modified from Decor Plus, but their results are not the same. The incentive compatibility and subversion gain of reward splitting protocol is better than Nakamoto consensus. 3 confirmation reward splitting protocol performs better than 9 confirmation fruit chains. In other words, like punishment is always the best way to incentivize correct behavior. We also compute the subversion bounty, which is defined as minimum double spending reward to incentivize attack attempts. When alpha equals 0.1, namely the attacker controls 10% of the total mining power, and it takes 6 blocks to confirm the transaction, the subversion bounty is 112 block rewards in Bitcoin, and 346 block rewards in reward splitting protocol, but it's 0 in fruit chains. So an interesting observation occurs when we analyze the censorship susceptibility of reward splitting protocols. For small alpha, for weak attacker, namely, fruit chains perform better than Nakamoto consensus performs better than reward splitting protocol. However, for big alpha, for really strong attackers, attacker controls more than 40% of the total mining power, reward splitting protocol performs the best. Why is that? Because in fruit chains, if the attacker is able to win a very long block race and orphan the pointer block, then it's game over for honest miners. If your pointer block is orphaned, your fruits will not get any rewards. However, for reward splitting protocol, there is no pointer block. The uncle validity only considers the height of the block himself. So no matter how long the block race the attacker win, the attacker's reward is not safe. So the honest block, the last few honest block may still split some of the rewards of the attacker. For the last subgroup, reward lucky protocols, which was subchain. Similar to fruit chains, it uses same mining procedure for 2 kinds of product. It's a block if the candidate's hash is below a certain threshold. It's a weak block if the candidate's hash is larger than the block threshold but lower than another threshold. Weak blocks count in chain length, and they also confirm transactions. Block receive block rewards, whereas weak blocks don't receive anything. So here are the results of subchains. It performed worse than Nakamoto consensus in all 3 metrics. Why is that? Because in subchains, when the attacker finds a weak block, he has no incentive to publish it, because the weak block will not get any reward anyway. But there's one thing weak block can do. You can use it to invalidate honest blocks. When there's an honest block, the attacker uses the weak block to invalidate it. But when the attacker finds a block, the attacker can broadcast it immediately to the network to avoid losing the block reward. This strategy applies in all 3 attacks. Therefore, subchain performs the worst. The reason is similar. Risk-free units encourage more audacious behavior. Subchain allows attacker to use worthless weak blocks to invalidate honest blocks. More weak blocks make things worse because it creates more window for the attacker to perform the attack. Here are the simplified results. As you can see, there's no protocol that comprehensively outperforms Bitcoin's Nakamoto consensus. Some general results. We confirm two security versus performance trade-offs in double spending resistance. First is longer confirmation really helps. The second is more bandwidth consumption sometimes help. And we discover a dilemma, which we call rewarding the bad or punishing the good. For reward all protocols, there is no risk to double spend. For punishment protocol, it introduced an extra tool for the attacker to perform censorship attack, especially for the weak attackers. For reward lucky protocol, lucky doesn't equal to good. The attacker can gamble the system to make sure the lucky blocks are actually attacker blocks. In sum, we need to go beyond the reward distribution policy to solve all the attacks. The discussion, NC rocks. There's no protocol that comprehensively outperforms Nakamoto consensus. Simplicity is beauty. Several things not to do in designing protocols. The first is designing protocols too complicated to analyze. If a protocol is too complicated that even the designer cannot provide rigorous analysis on it, it is usually insecure. The second is security analysis against one attack strategy. Many protocols claim their security by analyzing against the selfish mining attack in Bitcoin. However, their protocol often inspires new attack strategies that specifically target their protocol, which is neglected by the designers. The third thing is security analysis against one attacker strategy, as demonstrated in the rewarding the bad or punishing the good. Right. Rewarding the bad or punishing the good dilemma, if you focus on only one attacker strategy, usually you open another victor, you make the other attack, you make your protocol more vulnerable to other attacks. The last thing is security analysis with unrealistic parameters. Some protocols prove their security by claiming that our certain metric can be asymptotically close to incentive compatible. But without specifying the parameter, asymptotically close can be arbitrarily far away. So you need to specify your parameter when designing the protocol. How to achieve better chain quality and attack resistance? You need to check the paper for that, which will be released soon. Thank you. That will be all.
Any questions? Okay, if not, I have a just quick question on your future work. Can you give us some intuition how you think we can achieve better chain quality?
I believe Nakamoto consensus is optimized for best chain growth. And it is very difficult to raise the chain quality given the information asymmetry. Therefore, what I propose to raise chain quality is to introduce extra timing assumptions. However, I believe that takes a lot of engineering effort to actually realize these assumptions, which is your field.
Great analysis. I wondered, this is kind of a departure or a leap off of what your work is. Do you have any ideas about how we might organize consumers to induce consensus changes that users want by, like, let's just say that the community basically wants to communicate to miners a consensus upgrade, like to SegWit or something like that.
That is out of my field.
Okay. All right, cool.
And that's a very important question.
Okay, let's thank the speaker again.
Thank you.
And that concludes this session, and the next session starts at 11:30.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. This session is about smart contracts. And our first speaker is Pratiyash Mishra. He's doing his PhD at UC Berkeley. And he's here to talk about decentralized private computation and a system that's enabling this.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Pratyush, and I'm here to talk about Zexi, which is a system for constructing, enabling users to do private computation on decentralized ledgers. Okay. This is joint work with Sean from Zcash, my advisor Alessandro, Matt Green at JHU, Ian at Cornell Tech, and Howard from when he was at Berkeley. Okay. So today, if users want to conduct general computations on distributed ledgers, they have a number of options, such as Ethereum, Tezos, EOS. And the common factor amongst all of these systems is that they usually work by re-execution. What this means is that when there's a transaction that's broadcast to the network, every user or every node in that network has to re-execute the computation inside the transaction and ensure that the results match before the transaction can be appended to the ledger or blockchain. Now, this has implications for the scalability and privacy of the system. From the scalability perspective, the issue is that your network probably contains a number of different nodes which have different computing capabilities. If all of these nodes have to re-execute the same computation, then you're basically bottlenecked by the weakest node in your system. And this is an issue which persists even if you have an ideal ledger and like the best consensus mechanism in the world. Okay, from the privacy perspective, the issue is that this transaction reveals who executed the program, what program was executed, what was the data that was input to the program, and who invoked the smart contract or the transaction. And anyone can see this for all time because this transaction will be stored permanently on the ledger. So in this talk, I'll show you how to fix these issues, focusing mainly on privacy because there's been a lot of work that has tried to fix a scalability issue. And as we'll see, fixing privacy also, as a corollary, fixes some of these scalability issues. In more detail, in Zexi, what we do is construct a ledger-based system that enables users to conduct computations offline and then publish transactions that attest to the correctness of these computations. From a privacy perspective, what we get is that the resulting transaction reveals no information about the offline computation. We get succinctness, which means that the resulting transactions are very tiny, short in size, and can be verified efficiently. Concretely, for reasonable parameter sizes, we get transactions that are less than a kilobyte and can be verified in less than 50 milliseconds. From a functionality perspective, we can support arbitrary user-defined functions while still isolating malicious functions from honest ones so that they don't affect the execution of honest functions, while allowing these functions to communicate in a secure manner. Okay. Finally, we also show how to apply the system to construct some example applications, such as private user-defined assets, and then we extend these to private stablecoins. And finally, we show how to trade these custom assets via private decentralized exchanges. Okay, so that's our paper, Zexi. In this talk, I won't really go into the generality of Zexi as a whole, but instead I'll show you how we can use ideas from Zexi to construct two applications, namely private user-defined assets and private decentralized exchanges. Okay. And this is mostly in the interest of time and the fact that a concrete application is easier to explain. All right. Why digital assets or user-defined assets? Well, one can argue that these are maybe the only successful application of smart contract systems that we know of today. And so if our system can support these, we're already supporting real-world useful applications. But also, it's the case that there's a bewildering variety of tokens in the world today. There's like ERC20 tokens, there's ERC721 tokens, there's stablecoins which have custom policies to comply with regulations. And so if our protocol can support these different kinds of assets which have different properties with respect to transaction flow and controlling authorities and stuff, then we have some reasonable confidence that our system is relatively expressive. Okay, so let's say we have these kinds of digital assets. users probably want to trade these assets, right? How do they do this today? Well, the most popular mechanism is to use centralized exchanges. And in these, what happens is that the user has to give up custody of their funds to this central exchange, which conducts the trades on the user's behalf. The downside of this is that it can lead to, and has led to, loss of user funds in many cases due to a variety of reasons, such as fraud on part of the exchange, security breaches, and just plain human error. Okay, but not all is bad about these exchanges. They're quite efficient. Basically, you don't have to go to the chain for every trade, so you don't incur the latency of your slow ledger. And you also get some sort of privacy because only the exchange really learns the details of most trades. All right, so, but this property of that you have to give up the custody of your assets is still quite problematic, and so people have come up with so-called decentralized or non-custodial exchanges. What happens in these is that users can retain custody of assets throughout the trading process, and so they're in charge, are responsible for their own funds. They don't have to rely on trust in the centralized exchange in any way. Okay. But they have some problems, namely that every trade requires an on-chain transaction, and this is quite inefficient. And this also leads to a loss in privacy because if you don't have private transactions, then any observer can look at your transaction and see the details of the trade. Let's see why this is problematic by looking at the limitations of DEXs in more detail. I won't focus on the efficiency or scalability aspect because Ellie already covered techniques for that in his talk on Wednesday, and so I'll focus on privacy. So as I said, in a decentralized exchange, every trade goes on the ledger. And the transaction for this trade reveals the identities of the participating parties, what assets were involved, and what the values of these assets were. This is problematic because, first, it harms user financial privacy. The transaction history of, trading history of users is publicly visible on the ledger, and this reduces the fungibility of the user's funds and can also reveal things like trading secrets or trading techniques that the user might want to keep secret. Okay, this is at a user level, but this lack of privacy is also harmful to the ecosystem of the DEX as a whole, in that it enables front running. What this means is that when a miner sees, for example, a transaction that completes a trade, the miner can just drop that transaction and replace it with one in which the miner itself is a counterparty. And this can lead to some benefits in terms of basically gouging money via price information asymmetry. And it's not a theoretical vulnerability. The folks at IC3 have shown how that you can actually exploit this to get a reasonable amount of money. Okay, so there's these real problems. Let's see how we can solve them. In this paper, in this talk, we'll begin by constructing private user-defined assets that have good anonymity. We'll show how you can trade these via private DEX, and then we'll extend both of these techniques to also work with private stablecoins that might have different policies than just value conservation, as we'll see. Okay, so let's begin with private user-defined assets. Our starting point is the Zero Cash protocol, and we start off with this because it offers ideal privacy for users. When I make a payment to someone, the resulting transaction reveals no information about the consumed coins or the created coins or the identities of the participating, of the sender and the receiver. And what it looks like is basically that each transaction consists of serial numbers for the spent coins and commitments to the new coins. So neither of these reveal information about the coins, but ensure that you can't double spend. And our privacy guarantees are basically the best that you can get because your anonymity set, anonymity pool when you're creating a transaction is a set of all past coins. Okay, let's dive in a bit more detail. So as I said, a zero cash transaction consists of serial numbers for the old coins and commitments for the new coins. What it also contains is a zero knowledge proof pi, which asserts some properties about both these old and new coins. About the old coins, it asserts that they correspond to some coin commitment that exists in the past. So basically, they're showing that the serial number corresponds to a coin that was created sometime in the past, and it does this via a Merkle proof. It also shows that the serial number was computed correctly in a manner that's unlinkable with the original coin commitment. So the idea now is that even if somebody creates a coin for me in a transaction, they don't know when I spent it. Regarding the new coins, what it does, it just shows that the resulting commitment actually corresponds to some actual coin. It's not just made up of garbage. And finally, it asserts that the input and output values are conserved, that we're not minting money out of thin air in a transaction. Right? This is conservation of value. OK, so this is good. So far, Zero Cash achieves ideal privacy for a single asset on a single blockchain. What we want to do is achieve ideal privacy for multiple user-defined assets running on the same blockchain. Now, a trivial way to do this would be to basically run an instance of Zero Cash for each user-defined asset in parallel on the same blockchain. But this is not really satisfactory because now your anonymity pool is split across the user-defined assets. So now, if your asset doesn't see much transaction volume, then you don't really get the benefit of much privacy. So what we want to construct is a system where each asset shares in the same anonymity pool. And let's see how to do this. Our general idea is, our first step is to generalize what the coin stores. It stores not only the value of the coin anymore, but also an asset identifier. And roughly what we can guarantee now inside the zero-knowledge proof is not just that for a single asset the value is conserved, but for every asset that participates in the transaction, the value is conserved for that asset. Now this discussion omits a bit of, omits how to actually mint the initial supply and generate the unique ID, but we know how to do this, and the forthcoming update to the paper will, you guys can read that if you want to see the details. Okay, so far, this gives us multiple private user-defined assets that share in the same anonymity pool and can even participate in the same transaction. So this is good, but the problem is that these assets are still really isolated. They don't interact in any meaningful manner, and this is problematic for applications that need this sort of interaction. For example, our DEX. So let's see how we can take this basic construction and generalize it to work with such applications. What we do first is we extend our coin to hold not only the value and the identifier, but also some application-dependent data aux. This stands for auxiliary information. And next, we associate each coin with a so-called death predicate or consumption predicate. And the zero-knowledge proof enforces that for every coin that's spent in the transaction, the death predicate must be satisfied. You can think of this as like a private Bitcoin script. Whenever you spend a transaction output in this case, you must satisfy the Bitcoin script, and similarly here, you must satisfy the death predicate of the coin. But the nice property that you get now is that no information is revealed about this death predicate. The transaction still only reveals just what the serial number is and the commitment and nothing else. Okay. So let's see how we can use this protocol to construct atomic swaps in a private fashion. Now, why atomic swaps? Well, they're a key primitive for constructing DEXs. When you're trading with somebody, you don't want it to be the case that you send over your funds to that person, and then that person just disappears. So they have your money, and you're left with nothing, right? So let's see how we can construct a protocol for private atomic swaps. Let's say I have this coin C that has a specific ID and value, and I want to exchange it for another coin with a specified identifier and value. What I do is I make sure it has this exchange death predicate, and this enforces that my coin specifies what it should be exchanged for. In this case, my coin is saying, I want in exchange ID star, V star, and it should be sent to public key PK star. All right, the phi exchange then ensures that the other input coin has the correct identifier and value. It checks that the other input has identifier ID star and value V star. Next, it checks that the values are correctly swapped, the values and the identifiers are correctly swapped, and that the new coins are sent to the correct address. And this is all there's to it. It's not super complicated. I've omitted here the cancellation case, like when you want to cancel the trade, but it also can be as a simple extension of this, so it's not too complicated. Okay, so now for our DEX application, we've constructed an atomic swap. We've shown how, but we have these other things that we haven't talked about, namely, how do users create orders? How do users then discover these orders? And finally, having done both of these things, how do users go ahead and finalize the trade. So to do these last three things, there's been a number of DEX architectures that have been proposed over the last few years. And I'll focus here on two because these are what we cover in the paper. The first is so-called order-based DEXs. In these, there's a central order book, which maintains a list of orders that have been published by trade makers, the ones who bring the liquidity to the transaction, to the trade. And the order itself is just a tuple which reveals what the asset pairs are and what the values involved in the trade are, right? What traders can now do is they can go ahead and scan this order book and see which orders are open. And if they like any of them, they can go ahead and fill them. And examples of these, and this process of scanning the orders and matching can be done automatically by the central order book or manually by the takers themselves. Examples of these DEXs include radar relay and IDEX. There's another class of DEXs, which I call index-based DEX. And in these, there's a central party called an index, but it maintains, instead of orders, so-called intentions to trade. Now, these don't contain the exchange rate that you want the trade to go through at, but they just contain the asset pairs. The makers, again, publish these intentions to trade to the index. And takers can scan for open orders and fill them, but the process of filling these orders now requires interaction with the maker. We'll see how this works in just a second. And examples of these include the AirSwap protocol. So in this talk, I'll focus on how to construct a private intent-based DEX, index-based DEX. All right, so let's first look at a plain text version of these, a non-private version. For example, this is how AirSwap roughly works. So you have this index, and it maintains a list of asset pairs that are involved in the trade, as well as public keys by which makers and takers can communicate. Let's say I'm a maker, and I want to trade, I have asset A, and I want to trade it for asset B. I publish this listing to the index. The taker comes along, sees this listing, and decides, I'm interested, let's try to negotiate with the maker. It uses the maker's encryption public key, interacts with the maker, and eventually, if they agree on the terms of the deal and stuff, the taker gets a transaction which completes an atomic swap. Right? You can take this transaction and publish it to the ledger, thus completing the trade. Okay, so this is roughly how intent-based DEXs work. Let's see what kind of privacy guarantees we get from these, or lack thereof. So if you have this transaction which is going to the ledger, what you can see is that there are these addresses for the maker and taker, and that the transaction is swapping VA units of some asset A for VB units of some other asset B. So we learn the identities of the transacting parties, and we learn which assets and values are used in the trade. Now, these two kinds of leakage lead us to formulate two different notions of privacy. The first is so-called trade anonymity, and this is focused on hiding information about the maker and the taker. No information about the participants should be revealed to anybody. Okay. The second notion is of trade confidentiality, and this focuses on hiding other aspects of the trade, like the assets and values that are involved. Now, these notions are useful because trade anonymity ensures user financial privacy by obfuscating the transaction graph, and trade confidentiality ensures or prevents miner front-running, because the miners can no longer see details about the trade, and so they don't know whether it's something that they should front-run at all. Okay, so these are useful notions. Let's see how we can realize them in our system. So let's try to construct a private intent or index-based DEX. So again, we have a maker who wants to make a trade. He publishes this listing on the index. The taker comes along, sees this, interacts with the maker via the public key. They agree on some exchange rate for their assets. And now here's where we introduce our atomic swap protocol. So the maker constructs his coin with which has asset A and value VA, and encodes in the application data that I want, as in exchange for my coin, an asset of type B and value VB. All right? It sends over this coin along with the secret key used to redeem the coin to the taker. If the taker now has a corresponding coin of type B and value VB, the taker can construct this private transaction which completes the atomic swap by satisfying phi exchange. All right? Once it's constructed this transaction, it can publish to the ledger. And from this, we get both trade anonymity and trade confidentiality, because the transaction hides all information about the maker and the taker in the transaction, and also hides all information about A, B, and VA and VB. All right, so far, so good. We've constructed private user-defined assets. We've shown how we can enable custom access via Bitcoin-like scripts to these private user-defined assets. And we've shown how to use this ability to construct a private decentralized exchange. Are we done? Well, not quite. So far, we focused on very simple assets, where the only policy that you're really enforcing is a policy of, value conservation. But what if you wanted to support assets that had more complex policies? For example, there are stablecoins which must enforce blacklists and whitelists on the set of supported transactions for compliance and regulatory reasons. How would you support these in our systems? Well, the key insight that we have is that there's two events associated with a coin. The point at which it's born, so when it's created, and the point at which it's consumed or which it dies. So far we have enforced some conditions via the death predicate when a coin is consumed, but we haven't really done anything when the coin is created. So what we do in our system now is enable this functionality to also be user-defined. So now each coin is associated not only with a death predicate, but also with a birth predicate. And users can use this birth predicate to enforce arbitrary conditions at the time of creation of the coin. For example, you could enforce your old condition of value preservation, but also you could enforce some arbitrary policy is enforced when the coin is created. For example, it could be a whitelist or a blacklist. And the key thing to note here is that since the death predicate is left free, you're still able to set it to be, for example, Phi exchange, allowing allowing this to be compatible with our previous examples like the private DEX. Okay. So in conclusion, what we've done is we have a system where you can construct private user-defined assets, trade them via DEXs, and even enforce arbitrary policies on their transaction flow. But this is a bit of an ad hoc system that's somehow customized to the specific application. What we do with Zexi is formalize this notion of how coins, or in our case, records, which are units of data, should interact via applications by constructing a so-called records nanokernel. This is a minimalist shared execution environment that defines the rules surrounding interaction of these records. Next, we take this and we construct a cryptographic primitive called decentralized private computation that realizes a records nanokernel based on the ledger. And the nice property that we get is that the transactions reveal no information about any general computation occurring. So when you look at the ledger, all you see is opaque serial numbers and computation and commitments and nothing else. Finally, we take this theoretical crypto primitive and construct a system out of it. We leverage techniques from zero-knowledge snarks, from recursive composition of these snarks, and efficient circuit design to construct a system that can support arbitrary general computations quite efficiently. And the upside is that, you don't have, only the person who's conducting the computation has to pay the cost of the computation, and nobody else in the system has to pay that cost. Okay, and that's it. Yeah, thanks for listening.
Are there any questions? Also, is the speaker from Agoric here? Okay, great.
Hi, great talk. Are there any measurements you'd be able to share about either the latency or the throughput of the systems that you get out of these primitives?
Yeah, so this talk doesn't have the numbers, but on our paper online, you can see the link there, we have measurements for basically how the core system should work. We don't measure how long, if you want to execute an application, how long that would take, but that can be measured via general techniques. It just depends on the proof system that you're using. But for example, if you want to conduct a transaction with 2 inputs and 2 outputs, it roughly takes like 80 seconds to create this transaction. And we see that maybe the time should probably halve in the future. And it's 80 seconds plus application time. So whatever application you're doing, there's some additional overhead from that. But that should not be too much.
Thank you.
Sure. Thanks for the question.
All right, if no more questions, let's thank the speaker again. All right, next speaker is a substitute speaker for the Mark Miller. He's Dean, and he will talk about Agoric.
Good morning, afternoon, good morning. I'm Dean Tribble. As you can tell, I'm not Mark Miller, as said here. He sends his regrets. His biological substrate was insufficiently encapsulated, and so he has a fever. He was going to talk about some of the lower level details to be able to do migration of computational units from one chain to another and one shard to another and so forth. I instead am going to talk about going on vacation. This is a problem that Andrew Miller raised to articulate an issue with sharding, originally in Ethereum, but it's the kind of problem that's been around for a long time. People have been doing, atomic transactions for a long time in order to do commerce. And the simple articulation of the problem is, I'm going on vacation. I need a hotel and a train ticket. If I can't get a train ticket to the place where my hotel is happening, then I don't want the hotel reservation, and vice versa. Ironically, I found out about this thing when I had bought a plane ticket and failed to get a hotel and had an exciting result. So this is a very memorable problem to me personally. Now, the simple implementation of this that we're all familiar with is I just start a transaction. I go make a call to get a hotel reservation. I go make a call, it finishes and succeeds. I go make a call to get the train ticket. It finishes and succeeds. And then I commit the transaction. Very straightforward, very easy to understand. People would love it if the world works that way. And indeed, when you're on a single machine in your local environment, it can work that way. And of course, if there's other transactions happening at the same time and they conflict, you end up aborting, but because it's a transaction, you will end up purchasing neither the train ticket or the hotel reservation. But as soon as you start having to do this in a distributed context, then it gets a lot harder, especially when you add in the Byzantine environment of blockchain. And so, distributed atomicity, fundamentally, in the early 90s, the internet was coming out, people were starting to build large-scale e-commerce systems, and they really, really tried hard to be able to use distributed atomic transactions for a lot of commerce. And there's a bunch of problems with them. And we looked at that, we built a lot of systems, and then you step back and go, how does the real world work when they run into this problem? How does a bank take $1 from one bank account that has $1 million and transfer it to another bank account? And they don't do it with an atomic transaction. If they did so, what would happen is they would grab a lock on the $1 million account, debit it by $1, but it's still locked in the transaction, go over here, grab a lock on this account, update that balance, have a bunch of messages go back and forth, and finally agree that they can proceed, and now you can do other transactions on your $1 million account. Of course, that last message, as several presentations in the last day have pointed out, that last message to say, yes, I'm really done, go ahead and release it all, we finished the transaction, that last guy has an uncompensated option and could simply sit on that. So now, you can't use your $1 million account because in your banking system, it's locked up in this distributed transaction, and until that time's out, you're stuck. So what they do instead is they do a local transaction. On this $1 million account, I do a local, very fast transaction, completely under control of the first bank, pull out $1, and I'm done with that transaction. Then there is this payment that can take time to transit over the network, can take a lot of messages to agree that, yeah, I really meant $1, it's signed, we're good. And on the other end, it's received, and there is another local transaction to update the balance so that the $1 goes in. But there's a real latency there that really surfaces and is visible to us, the customer, and is something that we can reason about and talk talk about. And so that's the environment in which commerce happens across large-scale human industry now, and indeed that's reflected in how commerce happens between existing online businesses doing transactions. So we have myself, Agoric, my company, are building technology that addresses that. Where do we come from? We did some of the original Agoric Open Systems papers. We're software agents building and participating in markets. Those papers were out in 1988. Since then, several of us have built, have driven key security elements or invented key security elements that have gone into JavaScript and other programming languages, built brokerage information systems, payment systems, VoIP systems, all sorts of different kinds of large-scale, real production distributed systems. And almost all of them, we ended up heading towards an asynchronous world because the world is fundamentally asynchronous with little islands where you can get sequential programming and synchronous activity. And so we had to figure out how to solve a lot of these problems in an asynchronous world. So that's what I'm going to talk about going on vacation in an asynchronous environment. So the system that we're working on, and I'll provide a little bit of context and then we'll dive back into smart contracts. We see the world where you've got individual machines we call solos, solo machines, where it's on my cell phone or a laptop or a server. You've got permissioned clusters, quorum machines, whether that's Hyperledger or any of those others, local cluster machines and so forth, and finally public chains. But in some sense, the quorum machines and public chains, they're making new execution environments, new machines out of agreement rather than silicon. There's a lot of technology to make them fast and secure and exciting, and they have vastly higher integrity, but fundamentally things you could do between individual machines you can do between these machines that are built out of agreement. Above that, we then have a computational perspective with these individual, what we call VATs, which are units of sequential execution with atomicity that can be relocated on different compute environments, on different of these underlying machines, and they have asynchronous communication between them. And that's the area that Mark was going to talk lots about from here on up. And then above that, we build the ability to talk about those easily in a programming language. Our focus is, of course, enabling the vast world of millions of programmers out there that are not yet able to do smart contracts. Our goal is to enable them to do that. So we reflect a security model up into a programming language that they all know, JavaScript. And we can talk lots more about that. But we have a security model that we can enable them to build smart contracts in JavaScript and do secure distributed messaging between these islands of sequential programming across the network. And so messages can flow between them, writes can transfer between them, and so forth. So we can build on top of that then, finally, a framework of objects of reusable components for building smart contracts. And so I'm going to talk about the component approach to how you would solve the asynchronous, asynchronous train and hotel problem. So I mentioned the security model. There's the identity-based model, which I'm not going to talk about. There is another security model called the object capability model. It comes from a tradition of secure operating systems, SEL4, Midori from Microsoft, Kikos, Eros, Kyotos, and so forth. And it's got a bunch of very detailed technical requirements in order to implement it, in order to implement a transferable, unforgeable authorization to use the object that it designates. But at a programming language level, where most people will be building smart contracts, it just surfaces as simple encapsulated objects. And then out of those objects, we have patterns that we've designed and built over the course of many years to recover the ability to do security behaviors like, role-based access, authorization, authentication, all the kinds of things you expect, but we can do so with extremely strong security. And then on the smart contract side, or in the economic side, similarly, you have patterns of objects, just the straight kinds of things that millions of programmers build in JavaScript and Java and C# and everything else, to accomplish economic goals, and train hotel being one of those. But it looks just like programming. So a simple example, this is JavaScript, would be, I've got a concert, I've got guards at the entry and exit gates, they've got a clicker to make it to maintain a count of people inside the venue. Very simple toy example, but there's a count entry that increments the count, a count exit that decrements the count. And now I'm going to make that available to my guards. So of course I create one of these counters, and then here I'm using a JavaScript shortcut where I can just pull off the count entry as a separate object, but that's just JavaScript. It's fundamentally, here's a separate object which is the ability to increment the count, and I send that to the guard. I didn't do permissions, I didn't add identity entries, I didn't do it. I already have a reference to the guard, I send him the thing, and now he's able to click the counter. And when he goes off duty, he can take the counter and hand it to his replacement, and now his replacement can click the counter as people come in or go out. And so that's a simple how the object model surfaces engaging in authorizing people simply by going through the process of doing the interaction you expected to do with them. And you'll see a little bit more of that later. So now I'll lay some of the groundwork for the smart contract framework, and that out of which the other elements here for doing train, hotel, and reservation is based. So we have the objects that the ledger surfaces in, if you will. We have purses, we have mints where you can mint new currencies, and have purses that are individual accounts within that currency. So on the right, I'm making a concert. I have a digital good, which is the right to get into the concert. So I make a mint for my concert tickets. I'll talk about issuers on the next slide in a moment, but it's a lot like a brand for this. But then I mint a new ticket. Now I've got one concert ticket, and I return it to whoever it was that called my smart contract. Or in the last line there, the last section, I send it to Carol, and Carol does whatever she does now that she's received a ticket. But these are just objects. So now I'm going to introduce that first pattern that I mentioned. If I just send Carol the ticket, now she's got the ticket reference, and I've got the ticket reference. In our distributed environment, I might have sent Carol the ticket running on another machine across the network, but she's got a remote proxy reference to wherever that ticket was, as do I. What does she do in order to make sure she really has the ticket? This is where issuers come in, and this first thing. So what is an issuer? It's like a brand for one of these currencies or for any of these digital assets. It lets me figure out, this thing you gave me, is it really one of the types of things I was looking for, right? So it's got, the most important operation on it is get exclusive. So I hand the issuer a purse that contains, putatively, it's a purse containing a concert ticket, and I call get exclusive on the issuer for the concert ticket to that venue. So Shoreline has a web page. I got the issuer there. If your tickets don't pass this issuer saying yes, I can really get exclusive on it, then it's not actually a ticket to that venue, and it was a fraudulent ticket. So I take the issuer, I say get exclusive, and that does two things. It gives me a brand new purse, a brand new container with that concert ticket where I know that I am the only holder of that ticket. So whoever sent it to me couldn't care less. Their access is essentially revoked. I'm the only holder in the world of that ticket, so I know I have exclusive access. And I have exclusive access if and only if it was actually a ticket that was created by that issuer. So it was actually a concert ticket at the venue that I was interested in going to. And so that's that important step that now I can do transfer rather than just sharing of a pointer. Okay. So Carol's received ticket operation, she gets this thing that is putatively a ticket, but might be rights to a bucket of apples, who knows? She does get exclusive, and now indeed it succeeded and gave her a ticket, so she returns a payment to me, right? And so down at the bottom is where I would have minted a ticket, sent it to Carol, and I get her answer, and I get a payment, and I deposit it into my account. And that would work, as long as Carol actually returned me a payment. In this case, I was a little naive. I sent it to her, and she, in some sense, has the uncompensated option to go to the concert without ever paying me. Right? So what do I do? So that's an example where commerce can succeed, but it's not safe, right? It's not. I wasn't able to arrange to protect myself in that arrangement. Okay. So now enters the first or another reusable component, which is in itself a smart contract, but here I'm using it just to engage in transaction, which is an escrow agent, an escrow exchange agent. Okay. So now instead of just sending Carol the ticket, I create this escrow exchange agent where it's only going to, where it has two sides to it. And they're essentially symmetrical, but I will create it saying the two things participating in this exchange are things which are tickets and things which are money, right? So concert tickets and money, I'm going to make a transaction about that. That's those first two arguments. And I've got these two sides. I send one to Carol saying, here's the place where you put in money and you'll get out tickets. And I keep the side which says, here's the place I can put in a ticket and get out money. And then I say, I mint a new ticket, here's I do concert ticket. I stick it in there and saying, you can give it to the other side as long as I get my ticket price and dumped into my bank account. And so that's what that last line does. And Carol does approximately the same thing on her received ticket side. Instead of getting just a ticket, she gets the ability to participate in an exchange. Or does she? She wants to check. She does exactly the same kind of get exclusive, so she knows she's the only one participating in this exchange, and it is indeed the escrow agent contract that she believes in and trusts to actually engage in escrow. And then she says, great, here's my payment. You can only give it to the other side if they give me an actual concert ticket, right? Or an actual, stock or option or whatever it is that I'm buying in this exchange. And now, once both of us provided the right good, we'll be satisfied. I'll get my money, she'll get her concert ticket, right? And so we're both protected in that exchange much better than if we weren't otherwise. Now, just to be clear, most of this would be absorbed into the infrastructure. Most of this would be in components people are using. I'm showing you the low levels of how this is all built up. Okay. So now you're all ready for the implementation of, sorry, I'm not going to go into the implementation. But I will talk about how the escrow exchange agent works. Because it's simple, and what's cool is how it is simple. So fundamentally, there's multiple parties participating in escrow, but we'll just talk about two. And I'm sending my good to Carol, she's sending her good to me. So we create, internally there is what we call a transfer object, where when I put my good in, it does an internal get exclusive, and inside the escrow agent holds on to exclusive access to the concert ticket that I provided. So now I don't have it anymore. It got transferred into the escrow agent, which is what you expect an escrow agent to do. Similarly, and that's the first stage. Similarly, there's another transfer that'll be going the other way for Carol to put in the money. Right? Once both of those have succeeded, then the escrow agent that contains those two transfers will say, okay, we go on to stage two. But the escrow agent gets to do that where all that moving the money in is asynchronous. But once it happens, now the escrow agent can locally and atomically make a decision that says, yep, I've got everything I need. Let me asynchronously deliver the goods to the counterparties. And so at that point, the escrow agent invokes stage two, which takes the money from the internal escrow purse and hands it off to the destination. If there was a failure, either side gave stuff that did not match the goods. I said I wanted to be paid in dollars, and she paid me in a bucket of apples. Then the escrow would fail, and so what'll happen is the abort runs, which simply turns around and all of the escrowed goods are returned to the sender. And escrow finishes with no one losing anything. So that's how it works. As I showed you before, it's 20 lines of JavaScript code. It's very straightforward. I'll add one more, and then we'll get back to going on vacation. And everyone has to do that last bit of work before going on vacation. So a covered call. What's a covered call, right? A call is an option. We can use it generally across any digital good, but it is a bounded time right to purchase the good. In our system, that's represented as an object, so there will be a covered call object. And more importantly, in order to be able to build a world of growing contracts built on other contracts for nice decentralized open finance or applications that span different verticals, you want the contracts that you make to be themselves other goods that participate in the market. So indeed, the covered call wants to be itself be a digital asset that can participate in all these other smart contracts. So how does it work? Well, it makes a new escrow for the desired contract, because at the end of the day, if the covered call gets exercised, I'm going to want to go through the same escrow that Carol and I went to for the concert ticket. And then inside the covered call, we take the good. Let's say I've got a concert ticket, and I'm going to make a covered call for many thousands of dollars. If I can sell my, Barbra Streisand or Adele ticket for $10,000, then great, I'll take the money. Otherwise, I want my ticket back, and I'm going to the concert. Right? And so I need to take my ticket, put it in that side of the escrow agent on the the ticket selling side. And remember, this is symmetrical, but one side is specific to each of the resources. So I put it on the ticket selling side, and I wrap the ticket buying side with an object that participates in this same get exclusive, and it just turns exercise the option into take the money, stick it in the escrow agent, and the transaction completes. So all the covered call is essentially a prearranged escrow that has a timeout and has and it is a covered call because the good is already escrowed. And so that means the promise that you can buy a particular good for a particular price is covered by the fact that the good is already there and ready to go. And when the time runs out, it would cancel the escrow and the goods would be returned to me, so I can take the concert ticket and go myself. And because this object also, this covered call also has the get exclusive, it participates in the whole contract ecosystem. Okay, so back to the train hotel problem, because you're all ready to go on vacation or at least go to lunch. The simple async solution for that, now it looks a lot like the escrow agent did, which is that the exchange manager that wants to get both of these things, it requests asynchronously the ability to get a option, a covered call on the room reservation and a covered call for the train ticket. So that means is the service at the other end for doing room reservations, that's got to take the actual right to be in the room, escrow it inside of that covered call, and hand me back the sell side so that I have so I can see that I have the actual option and could claim the room for the price demanded by that transaction. So once I've asynchronously gotten those or any other options that I need, now that process can decide locally and atomically, oh, I've got the room, I've got the train ticket, go for it, right? So now it is decided that it's going to go for it. It can now asynchronously exercise those options to go and collect the room and actually get back the room reservation object that will give you the ability to unlock the room or whatever, and the train ticket. Right? And so we've got this asynchronous setting up, local atomic decision, asynchronous consequences going out. Now, it's a little different than the atomic transaction solution. One of the things that the atomic transaction was doing is it was hiding from the program all of the communication details, all the latency details, and so forth. That looks like a good thing. It looks like that's simplifying. The problem is those details are actually important, right? When the bank is transferring $1, they want to know where it is. They want to know how long on average it takes. They want to be able to decide to use a different courier because the transaction clears faster. And the same thing here. By actually exposing this in a way that I can hide from normal developers, and we'll come back to that, but by exposing it, we now have many more opportunities for commerce. For example, I'm going on vacation. I don't really care whether it's city X or city Y. So I'm going to make these asynchronous requests for both, get a bucket of options back, and then figure out what my favorite pair is, right? So, I could go tonight or go tomorrow. I could end up in Carmel or end up in San Francisco. I like this combination. Let's exercise those options and throw away the others. Now, the more options I get, the larger a fraction of my eventual purchase price I might have to spend on those options. But that's a choice I get to make dynamically because of it. I have exposed this behavior. Similarly, I can look at, okay, every time I go to that hotel provider, it takes, a minute to get a transaction. When I go to that one, it takes 10 seconds. I like the 10 seconds. It makes my web page faster. I'm going to start using those. And I can see that because the details of that interaction are exposed. Okay, so that works. We know this solves the problem. We've built plenty of systems that have this kind of asynchronous collaboration, and it is certainly the case that when you go into any of the websites that you can buy travel, you're not getting an atomic transaction on all these things. You're grabbing different things and getting a short-term reservation and then being able to close it at the end and finally confirm it, right? And so we can do this. But we sure don't want, but it does look more complicated than that simple thing we did at the front. And we sure don't want most programmers to have to do this. This is what's important about having a framework, right? There's a range of different skills and a range of different expertise across the millions of programmers that we want to appeal to. And there are the people that can do an incredible job of these composable covered call options and leverage positions on them and all the kinds of things that might grow into large scale financial and travel and purchase and all those kinds of things. And then there's the people who are domain experts that know what business they're trying to do. And what we want to make sure is someone doesn't have to be expert at all of these things in order to be able to roll out a DApp that does real business. The nice thing about this is that algorithm that does that fancy get some options, make sure they're all there, and then execute them, that too, just like the covered call, was a full market participant that I could pass around, sell through Extra Exchange, or put up on an auction. That ability to do a multi-goods purchase is something that an expert can wrap into a component, and then someone who just wants to, have a site that's doing decentralized planning for parties can use that, find the right issuers of, rooms, music, food, and valet service, and say, and get all of those. Tell me what date you got. We're throwing a party. And they don't have to be an expert and economist. They've got to know what's good music and how to get a good DJ. So that separation of concerns is hugely important for growing the world of smart contracts and enabling smart contracts to really break into mainstream usage, whether it's large, small, or highly decentralized business. You want people to not have to be able to use the smart contract products of third parties in their applications. And fundamentally, from our perspective, the solution to that is an async infrastructure. The world is async. The world of commerce is async. We can build local islands of execution, but what we want is an architecture that naturally matches the nature of the world. That's what will help a lot more people succeed at building large-scale smart contract systems. Thank you very much. And I realize I can't send you all on vacation, but we'll have questions here, and then we all get to go to lunch. So that's as good as I can do here.
Any questions?
Hi, Dean.
Hello, Nathan.
So one of the slides showed solo computers and quorums and blockchains. How does that connect to the layer you were showing us? For example, I'm thinking of public blockchains because I love them. Let's say Ethereum.
Yes.
If it's plugging into one of those components, how does it account? How does the smart contract layer you're describing account for things like rollbacks or other complexities of Ethereum consensus?
So you're asking about the details that Markham was going to talk about in his version of the talk.
Okay.
We actually have some write-up on that. So this engine, this model, will run on multiple different substrates, and the architecture is such that you could migrate a vat of computation from one to another. On a system on EVM, there are some limits that mean we'll have to run a subset of it. But on a system without finality, when it's communicating with other systems that do have finality, you end up having to have finality gates. And so if I'm receiving a message from something that could back out, I might have that over a channel that says, and it's got to be 10 deep before I let the message through. Or there might be one where I really am going to run speculatively until it's 10 deep, and then I'll commit the transactions or things like that. So there are ways to do that, but it means exactly the same kind of, I want to surface that assumption, because when I'm making a hotel reservation, I just want to be able to know explicitly, semantically in my smart contract, how reliable is that confirmation.
Thanks.
If there's no more questions, that concludes this session. We will be going on a lunch break, and the next session is going to start at 2 p.m. It's going to be about the future of Ethereum. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, hello. Let's please start to settle down such that we can start the session. If there's room next to you, maybe you can help people find the room. Maybe you can move into the middle such that people can sit on the outside, get cozy, and yeah, please settle down. We'll start in a minute or two. And yeah. We also we still have the overflow rooms at the end of the hall, so if it's getting a little bit crowded here, there's room to sit at the end of the hall. But yeah, please quiet down. So, okay. Now everybody sit down. Please move from the middle of the hall. So I have one announcement to make before I introduce, before we start the session. So there's the Stanford blockchain. If you feel like after all of these talks, the thing that you really need is a drink, then there is help. So Chainlink is hosting the Stanford Blockchain Conference happy hour at the patio, which is the most famous bar in Palo Alto. Which doesn't mean that much, but it's on, no, it's a good bar. On 412 Emerson Street in Palo Alto, and it's from 5 to 8 p.m., and it's an open bar, so please come and enjoy. And thank you very much to Chainlink for hosting us. And this next session, you know, there's obviously seems to be a lot of excitement for it, and we're going to talk about the future of Ethereum, and we'll have Vlad and Vitalik, and we'll do it slightly different this time, in that both Vlad and Vitalik will present, and then we'll have a joint Q&A afterwards, and maybe a tiny debate. So Vlad will start, and yeah, please give him a warm welcome, and we're very excited for the session.
Hi everyone, how's it going? I hope you're enjoying yourself, and thanks so much for having me. Let's get started. So today I'm going to talk to you about sharded consensus, basically an approach to scalability known as sharding, but applied to consensus protocols. So here's the little outline of my talk. I'm going to try to get through it in about 20 minutes. So we're going to give a little primer on consensus protocols and sharding, basically just the minimum that's required to give the rest of my talk. Then I'm going to talk about sharded consensus protocols kind of in theory, abstractly, and then I'm going to give a couple of more concrete examples of sharded consensus protocols that we've kind of worked on in CBC Casper research. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about things I didn't talk about, and then I'm going to conclude. So let's get started. What are consensus protocols? Well, they're kind of all about making decisions in a distributed system in a way that's consistent. And this in the context of all the things that can happen in distributed systems, like faults of various kinds. Normally we talk about safety and liveness, the idea that these nodes that are kind of somehow running these distributed systems don't make inconsistent decisions, and they eventually do make decisions. And there's some other things we want that I'm just not going to cover here for the sake of time. So consensus protocols decide usually either on, well, they decide on values, we're going to call it consensus values, or on predicates of values. So rather than deciding on the whole value, say, okay, the value has this property. In a binary consensus protocol, we're going to decide on a bit, 0 or 1. In the blockchain consensus protocol, instead, you decide that like some block is in the chain. You know, you don't ever decide on a blockchain because it can always grow, but you decide this block is in the chain. And usually decisions are taken to be somehow output by the consensus protocol or committed to by the nodes in the protocol. So, you know, a decision on a value is consistent with a decision on a value if they're on the same value. In this case, give an example of like 3-string 110 being consistent with a decision on the 3-string 110. Predicates are consistent if there's a value that satisfies all of them. So a decision that says the 3-string starts with 1 and a decision that says the 3-string starts with 0 are consistent because there's a string, for example, 110, that satisfies both. So the question I'm answering here is like, what does it mean for decisions to be consistent? And this means something slightly different in the context of deciding on values than deciding on predicates of values. And you're going to see that this is important in sharding because we're not going to be able to decide on the whole value because it's too big. We're just going to decide on predicates of values, which will let us say things about parts of the value. So all of this was really, some of this was really to say that consensus protocols are about making decisions about a predefined domain of consensus values. So different consensus protocols have a different notion of what it's deciding on. And consensus protocols are about making decisions on this domain of consensus values, be it by deciding on values directly or by deciding on predicates of values. Great. So hopefully that's super clear and relatively completely uncontroversial. Now we're going to talk about sharding. And here we have a sharded glass. It's very, very appropriate. So sharding is all about splitting up the work of a distributed system in order to scale its capacity. So really, fundamentally, the idea is we're going to try to scale distributed systems, scale their capacity, whatever that means, by splitting them up, whatever that means. Sharding, kind of got this from Wikipedia, was either coined by the Computer Corporation of America or by through this video game Ultima Online. It's about they used it really to mean using more computers as part of the system in order to either replicate or distribute the load. But fundamentally, kind of, if something's sharded, what we really mean is like it has more than one part. Fundamentally, sharding means there's more than one. It's like a bit is not sharded. This is kind of a really true thing. I hope you'll believe me. That a bit can't be sharded. There's no way to shard a single bit. And that kind of means that a binary consensus protocol is not sharded. There's no way to have a binary consensus protocol, a protocol that decides on a bit that is sharded. And that's going to provide us a nice little window. It's talking about sharded consensus protocols. Because at least we know something that, we know a consensus protocol that can't be sharded. Because any consensus protocol that's defined on the domain of consensus values bit can't possibly be sharded. Because sharding really means that there's more than one thing that we're deciding on at the end of the day. So we can't have a sharded binary consensus protocol. So what we really need is a sharded consensus value. So having sharded consensus value is a prerequisite to having a sharded consensus protocol. You really need to have a notion that your consensus value has multiple parts. Fundamental. So remember, decisions are either on consensus values or the predicates. But because we want to increase the throughput of the protocol, we're going to insist that we're deciding on predicates rather than on the whole value. Because if we decide on the whole value, then nodes would have to decide on something for every shard. And instead, what we're going to do is imagine that nodes are interested in predicates that describe the value on some shards. So we're kind of imagining that nodes are not interested in the whole consensus value, but only some of it, which is possible because we're imagining that the consensus value has more than one part. Hopefully that all seems very straightforward. And somehow we have to have a notion of consistency of decisions, and it's like the same one as before. We haven't changed it at all. Basically, these predicates are considered consistent if there's a value in the domain of consensus values that satisfies all of them. So if you decide that like this sharded piece of the glass is a teacup, and I decide that like, this other piece is from a wine glass, those like are inconsistent decisions because there's no liquid holder thing that satisfies both. So, in consensus protocols, we have the opportunity to make inconsistent decisions. And in a sharded protocol, we have the opportunity to make inconsistent decisions about different parts of the system, about different parts of the consensus value, about, different shards. So we got to choose different shards, things that are consistent for it to be a safe consensus protocol. So consensus protocols that are sharded require sharded consensus values. And the clients are interested in predicates of those values that only describe certain shards, in some sense. So I'm going to give you piggyback off of your hopefully prior knowledge and tell you that sharding clients are light clients. You've maybe heard about light clients before. And they're a kind of consensus protocol node that somehow needs to do less work than like a full node. We kind of need to imagine, if we're going to have scalability, that nodes will only do work that pertains to certain decisions. Like if they're only interested in some decisions, then somehow they should only have to do some of the work. Otherwise, we're not going to get any scalability. We need to imagine that nodes working on one shard don't need to hear everything about every other shard. Otherwise, we're not going to have any scalability. So we're going to imagine that sharding clients are light clients. And it's going to turn out that this is like, perfectly appropriate decision. There's two kinds of light clients. There's light clients that don't look at all of the consensus value, and there's light clients that don't look at all protocol messages. And this is kind of a super interesting thing, so let me go into it. So we kind of are used to this kind of light client, or what I call a consensus value light client, where instead of the consensus value being the whole blockchain, you have a header chain instead. I seem to have lost this slide. Oh, here we go. This is the slide. I've just reordered them. So consensus value light clients, they're really about using the commitments of proof systems as consensus values so that clients don't need to know or don't need to ask about the full consensus value when they're asking about predicates of the consensus values. They look at like a Merkle root, for example, and they ask about properties of this Merkle root, which they can do through a crypto proof system. So consensus value light clients really are about, instead of putting the whole consensus value in the consensus protocol message, instead, you just use a Merkle proof or some kind of commitment to some kind of proof system that lets you prove things about the consensus value. So rather than the client having to have access to the whole consensus value, it can receive proofs, basically like witness data that shows them things about different parts of the full consensus value. So, the blockchain header chain is an example of this kind of light client that basically minimizes the consensus value from including all these transactions and all this stuff that's in the blockchain to just Merkle proofs, Merkle commitments that can be used by light clients who are only interested in some part of the consensus value. So by kind of partitioning up the consensus value and using proof systems, clients can have access to and the ability to look at less of the consensus value. The blockchain header chain is an example, but also any sharding solution where you have something of the sort that you have like headers for every shard in the same chain, like a single consensus protocol, but the different headers affect changes or correspond to blocks that affect changes on different shards. This is like a kind of consensus value light client only approach to sharding. There is, though, another kind of light client, which I call protocol message light clients. These clients only receive certain protocol messages. They have some kind of filter on messages, and they only receive the ones that are relevant to their decisions. Maybe they only receive messages from certain shards, for example. So if you think about like the world of blockchains today as a big sharded system, then like the fact that you only download Doge blocks when you're interested in Dogecoin corresponds to this kind of protocol message light clientness. Instead of downloading all the messages from all the chains, I only download the ones that I'm interested in. Also, sharding solutions where different validator sets are responsible for consensus on different shards tend to have this property where you can only download messages from certain validator sets because you're only interested in decisions on those shards. So there's two kinds of light clients, these consensus value light clients, which look at less of the consensus value using proof systems. And then there's this other kind of light client called the protocol message light client, which doesn't need to look at as many protocol messages. So there's two ways that we save, by not looking at all the consensus values and by not looking at all the messages. So now I'm going to move to this kind of more example, a little less theoretical, a little more concrete part of the talk, where I'm going to talk about like how we do this, actually come up with these sharded consensus protocols. Well, we start off by defining the consensus values. We have like a blockchain on every shard. And we have like, shard IDs to identify the shards, and then I define like sent and receive message queues for every pair of shards or certain pairs of shards, where that keep track of the messages that were sent and the messages that were received from different shards, among some other things. Here's like a little code snippet from our the CBC Casper GitHub and our ETH sharding POC. We have a bunch of different things that are in a block, including the shard ID, a previous block, the transaction log, the sent log, the received log, sources, which are like things from like the blocks from other shards that we're receiving messages from, virtual machine states, all sorts of stuff that is like part of the data structure of a block. So we define first we define the domain of consensus values that the protocol is interested in, and that nodes are going to make decisions about. And then we define a fork choice rule, which governs kind of which validators have control over the state of the consensus on which shards, and which makes sure somehow that the communication between the shards is consistent, or so that like the decisions that nodes make on different shards are consistent with each other. So like if we allow the chains on every shard to be completely independent, then there wouldn't be that much of a notion of cross-shard consistency. But instead, if we insist that, like, for example, a message that is sent should be received, and we shouldn't have like a finalized sent message that is finalized not received, which is like a kind of atomicity constraint, then as soon as you have any kind of constraint about the state that different shards should be on, then the fork choice, this kind of estimator, this thing that relates protocol states to consensus values, is going to have to do some work. And I'll describe that a little more when I get into an example. But so let me just take a step back. So the first thing we do is we define the sharded consensus values, and then we define this fork choice rule, which kind of from a set of protocol messages will give you a fork for every shard in this very blockchain-esque kind of way. And this is something that if you've read and already know about the CBC-Casper framework, like you'll understand, because the estimator is like one of the main parameters of the CBC-Casper family. So I'm going to show you some examples and kind of walk through what's happening here. So we have, in this case, a sharded consensus protocol with two shards corresponding with two blockchains, one in the parent shard and one in the child shard. Each of these each of these horizontal lines are identify messages sent from the same validators, and these red dots are messages that are sent across shard. And the fork choice rule of the parent is kind of completely independent, whereas the fork choice rule in the child orphans blocks that don't synchronize with the parent appropriately to make sure that all the messages are received once in order in the fork choice. So the kind of work here was first defining the block structure, which includes the shard ID and these messages, and then define a fork choice rule, which will pick out chains of this consensus protocol, chains of blocks from the blockchains produced by these nodes, in order to maintain this cross-shard consistency property. Here's something a little more sophisticated. In this kind of sharded consensus protocol, we have notion in the consensus value of which shard is in the parent position, and a way for that to change over time. So this basically corresponds to consensus values that are a little more complicated because they allow for the shards to be in different positions, but still the work is the same. We define the consensus protocols and then we define the fork choice rule. In this case, the fork choice rule understands that some blocks, these purple ones, are root blocks, and these teal ones, these beige ones, are child blocks, and they have like different properties in the fork choice. This sharding solution demonstrates, this animation of the sharding solution demonstrates message routing, which again is just done with the fork choice rule and the consensus values by defining, the sent messages and adding a destination to each message and using a routing table to say where the messages have to be forwarded. So at the end of the day, the cool thing about the CBC-Casper approach is that we can define rather complicated consensus protocols and fork choice rules without having to think again and again about the foundations of the consensus protocol stuff, because it's all inherited from this framework for making decisions in consensus protocols that the CBC-Casper stuff offers. So in this protocol, a node that's following shard 3 doesn't need to know about everything that happens on shards 2 to 6. Like 2, 5, and 6, because the fork choice rule on the shard 3 doesn't depend on the fork choice rule on those other shards. And so they won't need to receive all the messages from these other shards, and we'll get some scalability via not receiving all the messages, which is this second sense of light client, that you're not receiving all the messages, but you're only receiving the protocol messages that are relevant to the decisions that you're making. So in future work, we have to define one of these are two of the kind of main pieces of work that are left to get the CBC Casper sharding solution to a point where I feel super happy. We don't want to have like a consensus values and fork choice rule that will let us have consensus on a non-deadlocking execution of the Ethereum virtual machine. So one of the issues, if you allow the Ethereum virtual machine to do cross-shard calls with synchronous calls, is that you can get into deadlocks, where a contract is waiting for a return value, and another contract calls it, and then it waits, and then you can get this cycle where everyone is waiting on each other. So if we have a consensus value and fork choice rule for that will be basically the blockchains that record execution of the virtual machine that is deadlock free, that would be super cool. I have real reason to believe that it's possible. And this will allow basically synchronous calls in the virtual machine across shard. And another thing that we really need is the load balancer, so that the load on the different shards will be balanced over time, so that you can't, for example, overload one shard and make it prohibitively expensive to participate or use that shard. Load balancing also reduces the overhead of the routing protocol, and so we get a lot of scalability from load balancing. So if you're interested in these relatively tough problems, do contact. So I have a bunch of discussions that have been completely omitted from this conversation. So you might ask me, what about liveness? Well, liveness isn't really in scope right now because it's something that we're going to work on for consensus protocols, and for sharded consensus protocols, it's actually a very similar kind of solution will apply. If you like the liveness strategies for individual shards for a single blockchain, we'll also work on these shard chains. Non-triviality, well, I would love to talk about it, but there's no time. Validity and data availability are problems that we often talk about in relation to sharding, but which I usually omit or delay for later because I regard them as not consensus protocol problems. Like consensus protocols are about making decisions in distributed systems in the context of mutually exclusive possibilities, but validity and availability aren't consensus protocol problems. There are other kinds of distributed systems problems, and the kind of problems that I think we can definitely solve once we have scalable consensus protocols. Validator rotation, would have loved to talk about, didn't really have time. Proof of stake and crypto economics. Also, you would maybe expect some of this from me right now, but since these systems are designed to be incentivized, we can kind of leave those conversations for later. And also, this talk is really just a distributed systems talk. So let me kind of wrap up by going over the main takeaways. So some things I hope you'll remember. Binary consensus protocols are not sharded. They cannot be sharded. Sharding consensus requires sharded consensus values. Sharding clients in a sharded consensus protocol are light clients. Sharded consensus protocols exist and are possible. There's actually a huge family of sharded consensus protocols. And sharding is a natural way to scale consensus protocols, especially if you're talking about consensus protocols that replicate something like a virtual machine or something that naturally has different components. So I hope that this is convincing. I hope that you're convinced. And thank you for listening. Thanks for having me. Please reach out and contribute to this work.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And we will, again, defer the questions for later, have a joint Q&A. And now, please welcome Vitalik, who needs no introduction. But yeah, thank you very much.
Should I take your...
No,
it's just use this. Okay. Is there a clicker?
There's no clicker. You have to click on the thing.
Okay. Fun.
I mean, it seems to be on.
Yeah. Okay, so I have 20 minutes and a lot of stuff to talk about, so I'll just get right to it. So Vlad gave a presentation on some of his research into CBC Casper and how CBC Casper can be extended into sharding contexts. This presentation will be kind of somewhat closer to practice, so it'll be about taking some of the existing research into consensus algorithms, sharding, and other things that we've done over the last few years, and seeing how they kind of concretely translate into what's actually going to be deployed in Ethereum land in the kind of short to medium term future. So yesterday we released the January pre-release. This is the first kind of release version of the spec of phase 0 of Ethereum 2.0. So, yay! Now, you might ask, well, what exactly is this? What exactly does this mean, right? We published an 8,000 word paper. We've published 8,000 word papers before. What's the significance? So, proof of stake and sharding have been part of the Ethereum roadmap since 2014. This is, Slasher is this very first early and unfortunately broken proof of stake consensus algorithm that we proposed back when we were originally starting to look at alternatives to proof of work. Sharding, we had a bunch of different sharding proposals. Hypercubes is one of the more kind of interesting and weird and spooky ones. But since then, the ideas haven't seen a lot of progress, right? So we've had Casper FFG get kind of released and published and formally proven about 1 to 2 years ago. We had a lot of progress on sharding. So the research that we've been making over the last few years is kind of finally coalescing to the point where it's in a spec and it's in a concrete document that describes what people need to build. They're building it. The developers are claiming they're months away from a testnet, and it's finally coming into production. So what is this kind of Ethereum 2.0 structure, right? So how does this look like? So we have the structure is one where you have this kind of beacon chain in the middle. So it's this hub and spoke system where you have some chain in the middle and you have 1,024 shard chains, and these 1,024 shard chains are the chains that actually hold the transaction data that users are going to send that represents their desire to send money, trade CryptoKitties, or do whatever they want to do. So the system is also kind of connected to the current ETH 1.0 chain. This is temporary, so it's intended to go away eventually, but it is necessary because people do need a way of moving their existing stuff from the 1.0 chain onto this new chain. So it's being rolled out in phases. So phase 0 is proof of stake, and it has all of the kind of basic scaffolding in place to make all of the later phases possible and really do a lot of the work for them. Phase 1 is what's coming after phase 0, which is sharding, but specifically focusing on sharding of data availability. So sharding of a chain where you can put data on the chain, but the chain is kind of agnostic as to what the data actually means. Phase 2, state and execution. So this basically means not just being a place to put data, but also trying to interpret the data, trying to handle Ether transactions, transactions of tokens, virtual machine execution, this storage, things like storage rent, and all of these more complicated topics. And phase 3 and beyond is basically, well, we have a lot of other ideas about how we can incrementally improve the scalability and safety of the system over time, and we can kind of slowly layer them on top as these ideas come into fruition. So right now we're here, but really we're here. So the beacon chain, right? So the beacon chain, so first of all, in order to get onto the beacon chain, it is a proof of stake system. So to get onto a proof of stake system, you need to have 32 Ether, and you move it over to the beacon chain by sending it to a one-way burn contract. And then you publish a Merkle proof receipt onto the beacon chain. When it gets included in the beacon chain, you get inducted as one of the proof of stake validators of the beacon chain. So this basically means that you're moving your ether from being ether on the proof of work chain to being a deposit on the proof of stake chain. Now notice that for this to actually work, the beacon chain has to be aware of basically some root hashes on the ETH 1.0 chain so we can actually verify Merkle proofs. So this is why we do need kind of some link between the two. So this is what the beacon chain looks like. Now, one important thing to point out about this whole architecture is that it's designed to have a kind of separation of concerns between the proof of stake side and the sharding side. So the beacon chain basically is the thing that runs the consensus. But if there wasn't sharding, the beacon chain could theoretically run as a kind of non-scalable blockchain on its own just fine too. Right? So if we wanted to, we could take phase 0 and we could add some space for transactions and we would basically just be finished as a proof of stake system. Now we believe scalability is really important and so we're going all the way to add sharding, but the kind of design and architecture and a lot of things are fairly separate between the two. Although, as we'll talk about later, there are some really nice synergies. So time is broken up into slots, and slots are basically periods of time that are about 6 seconds long. They are grouped into epochs, so 64 slots in an epoch, and during each epoch, every validator makes one signature. So you have every slot you have a block, and every block gets attested to, so basically signed first by the block proposer, so first by the node that creates the block, and then by this kind of large randomly selected committee of other nodes that basically kind of sign these messages saying, I approve of this block and I think this is the block that is the head of the chain. So this happens every 6 seconds. You get these, a block comes in, attestations come in, a block comes in, attestations come in, the attestations get included in the chain, and this is kind of how the chain moves forward. Right, so these attestations actually have 3 different functions. So one of them is they contribute to the beacon chain fork choice. So a block that is supported by more attestations is the block that people will consider as being part of the correct chain. So we're not using the longest chain rule here, we're using something more complicated but actually conceptually not too complicated called LMD Ghost that we'll talk about right now. It also contributes to finality. So over top of this, there is simultaneously a asynchronously safe consensus algorithm that's running. And in attestations will also, at least in phases 1 and beyond, validate and commit to data on particular shards. Right, so these messages are kind of serving triple duty of kind of short-term agreement, medium-term finalization, and agreeing that data on shards is valid. So LMD Ghost fork choice. So the latest message-driven, greedy heaviest observed subtree fork choice rule is an adaptation of Ghost, which was proposed by Jonathan Sampolinsky and Aviv Zohar in 2013 to a proof-of-stake context. So the idea of Ghost is basically, it's a fork choice rule that says, if you want to figure out which block is the head of the chain, then you start at the beginning, and if there's only one child, you go to the child, but if there's a choice between 2 children, you go to the child that has more messages supporting it. So here, 1 message supporting it, here 4, and then you go up to the next fork, then there's 3 choices, this one has 2, and you go here, and you keep going until you find the head. So Ghost is interesting because it allows us to take in more information, right? It allows us to take in information not just from blocks that arrive in sequence, but also from blocks that arrive in parallel. So for example, if you look at these 3 messages over here, all 3 of these messages are all really also votes for this block over this block, right? And so that's something the longest chain rule, like as in proof of work, does not take into account, right? The longest chain rule basically says this has a score of 4 and this has a score of 1. But really, there aren't 4 votes over here, there are 6 votes. And this is something that for us is really necessary because we have a hell of a lot of votes happening every 6 seconds, and we want to take advantage of these votes to kind of give the chain this really robust level of stability. And basically make one confirmation be, the equivalent of 50 confirmations on the existing chain. So this is one. Now, LMD Ghost basically says instead of looking at every message, we look at the latest message that a given client has seen from every validator. Now, This is the fork choice. We can also look at finalization. So FFG finalization, basically, this is kind of an adaptation of some classical consensus algorithms that tries to sort of dual purpose messages that are already being part of a chain-based proof-of-stake algorithm in order to achieve this kind of finality property. And so if the chain is kind of progressing normally, and if enough messages, like really more than 2/3 of the messages, are agreeing on the same blocks for a span of 2 epochs, then that basically ensures that this block at the beginning of the whole thing gets finalized. And you can prove that unless something like 1/3 of all of the validators are provably acting in some way that's malicious, this block is just never going to get reverted. Right, so this is asynchronously safe, and it's crypto-economically safe, and that's not something that you can get either in proof of work or in any chain-based proof-of-stake system. Crosslinks. So crosslinks are how proof-of-stake kind of interfaces with sharding. So you have shards, and each shard is also its own chain, and every validator on the beacon chain is also serving as a validator on some shard chain. Now, what we also want to do is we want to kind of commit blocks on the shard chain into the beacon chain for 2 reasons. One of them is so that finality on the beacon chain can also cause all of the blocks on the shard chain to be finalized. Right? If block A on a beacon chain commits to some block on a shard chain and block A gets finalized, then whatever thing on the shard chain it was committing to was also kind of indirectly finalized by proxy. And it also is the kind of base engine by which the different shards can talk to each other, right? So shards know what the beacon chain state is, the beacon chain knows what the shards are, and so anything that happens on one shard, you can use a Merkle path to prove that it happened to some other shard. So these crosslinks are basically messages that get signed by a committee, which is some randomly selected 128 to 4,096 validators. Now, you might notice that this is relying on a kind of honest majority assumption. So basically, this is saying that you have a bunch of validators, and we're going to assume that the majority of them are honest, and so the majority of them are only going to sign on any particular crosslink if they actually think that that data is legitimate. Now, it allows a kind of semi-adaptive adversary, but not an extremely adaptive adversary. So what this means is that for each you might notice for each crosslink, or for each shard, the committee that validates that shard is randomly sampled. And pseudo-randomly sampled using some hashes that are created using a special algorithm inside of the blockchain. And what this means is that if an attacker has, say, some smaller, less than 1/3 percentage of all of the validators in the chain, then there is a very small probability that the attacker actually will be selected to have the majority of the messages in any particular committee, and so every committee will be safe. Now, if we had an attacker that was somehow capable of corrupting a specific number of specific nodes after the specific nodes were chosen, then this is not secure against that. But we do have some other defenses against that. So BLS signature aggregation. Now you might ask, well, we have a lot of validators. We potentially have a really lot of validators. The total ETH supply is about 105 million. The amount of ETH you need to become a validator is 32. You can divide 105 million by 32 yourself. That's a heck of a lot of validators that are providing signatures every 6 minutes. How can anyone validate all of this? So BLS signature aggregation is this nice cryptographic magic that lets us do this. Basically, these validators are all signing these messages that are about 200 bytes. And every committee is signing on the exact same data, which is really nice. Right? If every committee is signing on the exact same data, it basically means that we can really kind of computationally and data efficiently aggregate these signatures. And all we need is the message that they're signing, a bit string that represents what subset of the committee is participating, and you can combine all of these signatures into this one signature that can get verified extremely quickly. So the size for 4,096 signatures is about 608 bytes, and it takes up to about 7 milliseconds to verify. Proofs of custody. So the question that this responds to is, can we do better than an honest majority for crosslinks? So far, well, from what I've said, the crosslinks are basically saying, well, we have these validators, and these validators are signing onto these blocks of shard chains, and they're only supposed to sign off on these blocks if they think the blocks are honest, and so if all of the validators, or most of the validators, are nice guys, then only correct shard data will actually be included. Can we do better than relying on them being nice guys? And I would argue we actually need to. So there is this somewhat famous paper on the validator's dilemma that was published 2 years ago. But basically the argument is most nodes are lazy and they're not going to validate data if they don't have to. And so what prevents people from switching to the much simpler and dumber strategy of just saying yes on everything? So proofs of custody basically are this mechanism where only if you have the underlying data for some block, you can run a computation on that data, generate a kind of new piece of data, commit to the Merkle root of the new piece of data, and later you have to reveal the secret seed that you used to generate the data, and once you reveal that secret seed, anyone else can, first of all, verify, rerun the computation, verify that you did it correctly, and if you did it incorrectly, they can catch you with a fraud proof, or if you just did not even have the data in the first place and you just made some random commitment, then they can make a challenge that you would not be able to respond to, and in either case, they would cause you to lose a lot of money. So this is a kind of economic defense against a possible lazy majority that should hopefully discourage people from being lazy. So these are kind of some of the basic technologies that we're planning on introducing. There's also some future directions that we're looking at. So there's this work that Mustafa Al-Bassam and I did on data availability proofs via erasure coding. So this is a technology that makes light clients potentially much more powerful. And basically the idea is that if instead of committing to a Merkle root of just regular data, you commit to a Merkle root of data that you erasure coded, that in such a way that, say, any half of the data is needed to recover the original data, then a light client can just randomly sample Merkle branches, and if just from their random sampling they verify that more than half of the data is available, then they know that that data is probably there. And they don't need to actually download the whole thing to verify that enough data is there to recover the thing. So another thing we're looking at is Starks. Starks are useful for a bunch of things. They're useful for compressing Merkle branches. So if a client wants to verify that some block is correct, or that some block, the transactions in some block were correctly executed, they need a lot of Merkle branches to verify that the accounts that the transaction is claiming were modified actually are what the transaction is claiming. And this data is actually something like potentially 10 times bigger than the data in the block. And so if we use a Stark, then we can compress that and we can get maybe another factor of 5 data efficiency. Yay. Verifying correctness of proofs of custody, verifying correctness of data availability proofs, in the really long term, verifying correctness of execution, which would be super nice, so we don't need to bother with things like fraud proofs. Casper CBC, also something that we have not integrated into the Ethereum roadmap yet, but it is something we're very actively looking at. And Casper CBC is nice because it allows us to significantly reduce protocol complexity. It allows the protocol to kind of better survive large portions of validators going offline. And there have recently been improvements that actually make Casper CBC efficient enough that if we wanted to, we can implement it. And it would not cause the node requirements to shoot through the roof if the nodes actually tried to run the thing, which is something that we did not have kind of as strong an idea of before, but we do now. Yay. So these are some of the, just a quick overview of the ideas that are going into the Ethereum sharded system. So it's this combination of a lot of different technologies and ideas that are both kind of separate discrete technologies, but also work together and have a lot of really nice synergies between them. In terms of what you can concretely expect from all of this, I expect the next milestone will be to actually see test nets from some of the client developers. So the Ethereum Foundation has, or the Ethereum community really has this kind of structure that we deliberately tried to foster, where although the Ethereum Foundation and the core research team are taking a lot of effort to kind of spearhead development of the spec and of the protocol, especially in the earlier stages, the development itself is happening by these multiple independent development teams, including Prismatic Labs, Lighthouse, Nimbus, ChainSafe, and plenty Pegasus and other wonderful people. And they are if at this point, if you want to kind of hear about things like timelines for launch, then you actually don't want to ask me. I know less about that than they do, and you want to ask them. And from what we've asked so far, they're expecting testnets in a couple of months, and so I'm looking forward to actually seeing this go live, as I hope you are. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, maybe I'll ask like one or two questions, and then we can open it up to the audience. So if you have questions, please maybe line up in the middle over there. Yeah, one question that I had is, can you maybe describe a little bit you mentioned this at the end, the difference between Casper's CBC and currently how the sharded consensus works, or how it's planned in the beginning?
Sure. So, I mean, first of all, there's multiple different families of Casper, and they have the same, Casper CBC and Casper FFG have the same name, but really Casper basically just stands for Consensus Algorithm Spearheaded and Proposed by Ethereum Research. These are, Casper FFG is in efforts to try to kind of start from something closer to classical consensus and simplify and remodel it to be more to be more compatible with a chain-based approach and sort of merge the two, whereas Casper CBC is more of a from-scratch approach that tries to kind of more emergently derive finality from either a chain-based or potentially any other kind of system. So we've gone with what we have now mainly because it is what was ready at the time that we started solidifying the spec, and we have to solidify the spec and ship something at some point. But we're totally open, as I mentioned, we're totally open to and interested in integrating a kind of basic version of CBC and then looking at kind of other more advanced consensus technologies in the future as they kind of prove themselves to the point where it's clear that they're implementable and they make sense.
Yeah, I'd agree, and basically the way that I'd say is the main differences is we have methodological differences. I'm trying to follow this correct by construction approach and do things the very kind of disciplined approach, not worrying about optimization or the number of bytes that things are until the very, very end of the process. Whereas Vitalik is much more driven to implement and deploy something on a more aggressive timeline, I'd say.
Yeah, the Twitter trolls are telling us we have to ship. Raise your hands if you agree with the Twitter trolls. Yeah.
Everyone wants to ship, it's just a matter of what, when, and how.
So, I guess talking about shipping, what do you view as the future of the Ethereum 1 chain once the Ethereum 2 chain starts? Will it slowly die out? Will we be stuck with it forever? What is the approach for sort of the switch from chain 1 to chain 2?
So I guess first of all, even before ETH2 launches and becomes usable, there's a lot of work kind of done by hardworking people like Alexei and Lane and others on the 1.x front that are trying to do some short-term things like state size management to make Ethereum kind of more scalable and more usable in the short term, which is kind of the necessary. Then in the second stage, it's, I expect like both chains will exist and people will kind of start migrating from one to the other when they feel comfortable, because there are a lot of benefits on being on a faster and sharded system with much lower fees and a 6-second block time. At the very beginning, I expect kind of data publishing type applications, so like things like these decentralized Twitters, to probably dominate ETH2 because they don't require much infrastructure, and then over time more and more complex smart contracts move over. Eventually, I expect ETH1 to kind of probably be subsumed into ETH2 either as a contract on top of it or something similar. I don't know. V, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I mean, I kind of hope that we do a hard fork upgrade of L1 of the ETH 1.0 into ETH 2.0, and that we don't keep a kind of side thing going on. But I think that the approach of not disrupting the chain while we're improving the system, makes sense. I think we should test things and get people using them before we consider anything like a hard fork upgrade.
In such a way that if someone were to use the Ethereum 2 chain, or the Ethereum 2 chain in effect wouldn't risk users that want to stay on the first chain. Okay.
Maybe not for now.
Not for now, okay. Then, yeah, I guess I'll open it up to the audience. So, yeah.
Hi. So during the transition from 1.0 to 2.0, are you going to use 1.0 blocks as the candidate blocks for the 2.0 to finalize on? Or so, how are you going to actually do the transition from the POW chain into the POS chain?
Ooh, okay. So the way that this works in the current spec is that the validators on the 2.0 chain are also running a mechanism where they basically vote on which blocks on the 1.0 chain to finalize. And then once the 2.0 chain has finalized some block on the 1.0 chain, then anyone who deposited up before then will be able to provide a Merkle proof receipt and join the 2.0 side. But this also has one positive side effect, which is that if a client developer wanted to, they could make a 1.0 client which kind of listens to and respects what the 2.0 finalization as something that actually finalizes that block on the 1.0 chain. So once that happens, they will be kind of tightly connected, so 2.0 breaking will break 1.0 as well. But if that happens, then the main benefit that you have is that on the 1.0 side, you no longer need to rely heavily on the miners for security, and so you can cut issuance by a lot.
So if that's the way you're going to transition, LMD Ghost does not necessarily say anything about having a tie, how quickly you can resolve a tie until the odd number of votes come in. So what are the guarantees, network assumptions or the number of votes that you have to have? What are the environmental properties that you need to make sure that every epoch you'll at least be able to justify one block?
Sure. So the kind of formal properties of FFG are basically that you need, in order to have safety, you need at least 2/3 to be honest, and in order to have liveness, you need 1/3 to be honest, and you also need network synchrony. Now, in terms of network synchrony, I think if we were to try to make a formal proof, we probably would be able to prove something like that it works if the network latency was lower than a few seconds. But we've also done simulations, and one of the really wonderful things about Ghost is that Ghost can actually be pretty stable even if the network latency is several times larger than the block time. And according to our simulations, it actually works fine and keeps finalizing stuff even if network latency goes up to something like 30 seconds. So,
is that public? Is that simulation result public?
Yeah, I think it's GitHub, Ethereum Research, and /collect disparity.
Thanks.
Hi. So in terms of being able to talk about a sharded consensus independently of data values, and then also just in general any kind of sharding for application layer concerns, given a resource that is necessarily shared across the entire ecosystem, or whatever we call all the chains running the network, which is namely Ethereum, right? I would ask two things. One, is there any plans to make Ethereum not be in other words, be able to pay for gas in different currencies, like in stablecoins or something like that. But two, I could do, once I'm on the new chain, I could do an airdrop to every Ethereum user in a single transaction, presuming I have the gas to do that. And doesn't that cause a single checkpoint that then requires every shard in the system to synchronize on one transaction? My question is, how much do concerns about that kind of synchrony requirements impact thoughts about performance, thoughts about how you structure the data, or do they impact them at all?
Well, the main thing that it factors into is actually discussion of gas limits and of how to make sure that you can't actually, do things that will slow down the whole system for really cheap. The point of gas is, one of the points of gas is denial of service protection. And these are really denial of service attacks that gas limits are meant to protect against. And so, it definitely is a performance concern, but it's also something that we have gas limits to deal with. And in terms of will gas be payable in other currencies, my personal preference is not in protocol. The protocol shouldn't support it. You can make smart contract solutions where someone else packages your transaction and they get reimbursed, but that in protocol, gas should be paid in ETH.
To add to that answer in the context of the concrete spec that we're proposing, first of all, communication within a shard will be synchronous, but communication between shards will only be asynchronous. And so, you would do an airdrop, you could do an airdrop, but basically what you would really be doing is you would be creating a pile of Merkle receipts in each shard that the recipients or someone will at some point just have to pay the gas to kind of trigger on the other shards. So there won't be this kind of point of synchronization between different shards. As far as abstraction goes, I generally fully agree with Vlad that abstraction of gas fees is something that makes much more sense to do on layer 2 rather than layer 1. And I mean, for me, the reason why is that I think in order to mitigate proof-of-stake validator centralization, the job of being an optimal proof-of-stake validator cannot be too complex. And so if you require proof-of-stake validators to kind of have a lot of access to financial markets and requiring them to solve multi-dimensional optimization problems, that starts to become more difficult to achieve. But on the other hand, I think you can get a lot of the benefits just with layer 2 protocols where people do whatever they want in kind of off-chain messages. Those off-chain messages pay fees to intermediaries. Those intermediaries create transactions, and then they pay the ETH and they claim fees.
Thanks.
Hi. I think it's interesting, when concrete kind of magic numbers appear in protocols and algorithms, and you've actually commented, for instance, in LMD Ghost, having, one uncle making, a given block have 2 pointers out, makes the mathematical proving easier and so forth. 1024 for shards sort of, I think, appeared in FFG, and it's still there now. And on the one hand, it's a really big number, but I mean, Bill Gates one time said 640K, I think, was more memory than anybody would ever need. So I'm just curious, do you feel like you have a feeling of, how optimal that choice is now as a first one, and then if it can be scaled over time and what sort of impacts it would have? This is a longer term question, but just curious.
Sure. I'd personally be totally in favor of the 1024 shard count being forked upward eventually. There's reason, so far, I have not found anything close, remotely approaching a kind of good, sensible governance algorithm for actually figuring out what the number should be in protocol. But other than, the usual validator voting or whatever. But it's, in terms of what the optimum is, I think, starting with something lower makes, it makes sense. 1024 is high already, but starting with something lower makes sense from a safety point of view. And as the system grows and gets proven over time, then sure, it should go up and more.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, this question touches a little bit on the load balancing Vlad has mentioned earlier for sharding. So I'm wondering, so far we are looking at shards which are static, so that they cover a fixed part of the state. So like shard 1, for instance, could contain state values A and B, and shard 2 could contain state values x and y. So the question is it conceivable that I have dynamic sharding in the sense that each validator can pick what state values it's interested in? So just like that they're partially overlapping, but that there's no static shard?
I wouldn't let the validators pick, but this is the load balancer's responsibility in this kind of paradigm. The load balancer's responsibility is to move contracts around and to change the configuration of shards in order that the total gas consumption of the system is minimized, and so that the load is spread across the different shards. And definitely in this paradigm, the shard contract assignment is not fixed.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the great talk. I had a question about burning the transition from ETH1 to the new chain. So this burning of the coins seems to designed to prevent duplicate for coins or like airdrop coin. But what happens as the ETH1 starts to get deserted and gets less secure? A sort of a reorg attack comes and gives back people their old coins, and everybody would be happy, and probably they will still go back to the same hard fork situation, which could have been just at the very beginning just an airdrop.
So first of all, I don't expect. So first of all, the economic value of the ETH1 token and ETH2 token we expect to be the same because it's all just ETH. So when you talk about the ETH1 chain being deserted, being deserted by users doesn't mean that the proof of work reward goes down, right? And we don't expect the only way the proof of work reward goes down is if we hard fork it down. And the only case in which it makes sense for us to hard fork it down is in the case where there is this kind of tight coupling where beacon chain finalization finalizes proof of work blocks, because then the ETH1 chain security doesn't depend entirely on proof of work. And if that happens, then 51% attacks on proof of work are not going to break safety in the way that you're talking about. But also, if we this is the current kind of 1 to 2 conversion approach is not set in stone. So if we want to, we could aim for something more aggressive. So we could do something where, for example, even in one of the earlier phases, we add a big field into the beacon chain that contains ETH1 transaction. We come up with some separate mechanism for calculating state roots. Okay. So if that is what we want or what we later decide makes sense, then there's fairly simple ways to switch over to doing that.
Thank you.
Right, so given that the session is called The Future of Ethereum, I would be thinking it would be appropriate to talk about maybe the future of the Ethereum Foundation. So is its role, firstly about its role primarily with respect to the project management of Ethereum 2.0? Is it going to assume some more of a leadership position, or is it going to be more into funding and giving grants to teams building onto it? Mm-hmm. Because my understanding is that let's say that the subject matter expertise on the matter of sharding, proof of stake, and so on, it's quite limited.
Sure.
Right.
So first of all, I think if we look at what's been happening currently, most of the spec that we released yesterday has basically been written by 4 people: myself, Danny, Justin, and Xiaowei. So I don't think that I definitely don't think that we're veering on the side of not enough technical leadership for the 2.0 roadmap at all. And I think it's that's totally the right trade-off to make. So even Bitcoin, was entirely centrally planned by Satoshi until it was released, and so things that are kind of in the earlier stages when there's a lot of technical questions to be figured out, the core developers are doing that, and over time, especially as real things get built and start being used on the blockchain, more and more stakeholders naturally come in, and I think that's something we've seen on the 1.0 side, and that's something we'll definitely see on the 2.0 side once it launches and there's a lot of users. But right now, so far, I don't think that's a dimension in which we're kind of particularly failing.
Okay, and if I may ask, okay.
Going into 2019, other than fintech, what are the top 3 industries that would be embracing this Ethereum 2? And if I can question this, when can we see the Ethereum back at 14 plus?
Where can we see what?
Ether back at 1400 and above.
Okay, no. Okay, so I guess in terms of applications, I think, finance is a big one. Outside of finance, I personally am excited about the very different suites of non-financial applications. So like I talked about, certificate revocations. I talked about things like putting data on the blockchain to verify that it was published or that it was not, or that it's still valid until some point in time. As far as industries go, like gaming seems to be interesting, but in the short term, I think plasma chains could be really good for that. Is like the area where sharding really shines, as opposed to things like plasma chains, is where you have applications that are more complex than just payments or payments in exchange. And then in the longer term, I expect to just see sort of more and more just regular random stuff that right now you would do on the internet. At least kind of cores of it become possible to partially do on blockchains as bigger scalability gets proven out. There's and as I mentioned, like all of these non-financial application areas are interesting, and things around like key revocation, around account management, just maintaining high value non-financial data. On the financial side, in like tokens and creating these kind of efficient open marketplaces where assets created by a lot of different people can easily interface with each other is also really useful. There's a lot of these applications that have to do with trying to create a sort of common data store so that companies in different industries can coordinate with each other without having to go through some central authority, and that's something that you totally can do on blockchains, but you need more scalability for.
Curious if you're considering long-running partitions in the order of months to years in the shard system, and if you're dealing with shards that might accelerate well beyond, so different speeds. Some shards in small regions might be able to go drastically faster because latency is much smaller.
Yeah, great questions, and yeah, quick answer is yes. Having shards that can't talk to each other for a long time turns out to be a really great boon for scalability. If they only sync up infrequently, that creates less overhead. The heterogeneous sharding, where you have like different shards with different capacities, is definitely super interesting technology. However, it also introduces security concerns, as people who maybe notice that one kind of shard is underserved can bring a lot of capacity on there and to attack those shards. And so there's a certain amount of liquidity that's required in the market for heterogeneous sharding for it to be secure. And so I would say it's not a sharding 1.0 thing. Neither of these are sharding 1.0 things.
I actually have a section in the sharding FAQ where I think I cite you as being excited about this sort of thing. My response was kind of no initially for a couple of reasons. I mean, one is that it's complicated. The other is that if you start having shards where the kind of partitions have structure to them, so we talk about a San Francisco shard and a Toronto shard and a Europe shard or whatever, then the problem is that implies that nodes have a choice of which shards they're part of, which then implies that things like these 1% attacks that we've solved with random sampling start to become a problem again. So I guess one question is, like, to what extent do you specifically need base layer shards, or to what extent do you need might structures that kind of look like sharding in a really abstract sense but aren't sharding TM, so like plasma chains, for example, make sense for that? Another question is, can we design sharded systems that kind of support all of the different ranges of security? And that's definitely something we're interested in, but like, once again, Twitter trolls want us to ship, there has to be a chopping block, and like, that ended up on the right side.
I'm sorry, we're already 7 minutes over, so the next session, let's please thank our speakers again. And We have a short break now, and the next session will start at 3:30, when we'll have 3 more exciting talks there. So please come.
extra minutes since the last session went clicked over. Yeah, well, there is no next one. That's a good thing. But yeah, still don't want to go through. Okay, everyone, please have your seats. We're gonna soon start the last session. So people in the back, please take your seats. If you want to have conversations, please go outside.
You have to be more assertive.
Yeah, I will be. Just first try. Okay, last chance. Everybody, please take your seats. People in the back, please find a seat. Is it going to show? Okay, so we have a quick announcement and then we'll start the first talk.
Hey everybody, Juan Benet from Protocol Labs. Wanted to plug a side event for SBC that we organized called Consensus Day. It happens tomorrow, February 2nd, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Stanford campus, Packard 101. Those are some of the topics. That link over there gets you to the Eventbrite. Please register because availability is limited. Only the people that can fit in the room. So if you want to go to that, come check it out. And yeah, thank you for the conference. SBC has been amazing. So, great, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to start the session, the last but not the least session. So Manush is going to talk about distributed key generation.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for being here, and thank you, Payman, for the introduction. So my talk is going to be about distributed key generation on blockchain for blockchain. This is a joint work with Jan Kamenisch, Andrea, David, Manu, Timo, Gregory, and Dominic. So I want to thank them as well here. So 5-6 years ago, when I was working on multi-party computation for a large number of networks, usually the first question people asked me was, why so many people? Why thousands of nodes? Why not 3 or 4? And I had a lot of motivation slides to motivate people to work on decentralized system. But blockchain changed a lot of things. And one of them was the questions people ask me. So now usually the first question I receive is, can you scale it to more? So maybe we don't need this slide anymore. But I'd like to talk about a little bit about why decentralization is good. So we don't want to have a single trusted party. So instead, we want to trust a group. So this way, we can increase our trust setup. And it gives us better security, reliability, and performance. Examples are going to be secure multi-party computation, threshold cryptography, and threshold signature scheme. This talk is more about threshold signature schemes. So what is a threshold signature scheme? Let's define it. So informally, assume you have n parties, and they want to sign a message together. So they want to sign a message together in a way that if T of them are honest and sign the message, they can successfully sign the message and create a signature for the message. But if less than T of them are present, they cannot create such a signature. So they want to make sure that T parties are necessary and sufficient. So any threshold signature scheme typically have 3 protocols. The first protocol is key generation. In a key generation protocol, parties together, or one party for them, create a group output, or a group public key as an output. And also for each node that participates in the protocol, the protocol should output a secret key. So in a signing phase, each party signed a message with its own secret key, and then they output a signature. And in a verification phase, a verifier should be able to gather all the signatures from all the parties. If they don't send a signature, it can be an empty signature. And then using the group public key, he should be able to verify if the signature on the message is correct or not, and the output is 0 or 1, if it's correct signature or not a correct signature. So before talking about how we can solve this problem and how we can do the DKG for this problem, I want to talk about non-interactiveness, why non-interactiveness is important, because this talk is about distributed key generation, which is non-interactive. So by non-interactive, it means that we are going to have only one round in the protocol. And it's very important because generally you only create keys once, then everybody go home, they come back and start signing. They might sign multiple and multiple times. So then the dealers who were active during the generation of the keys and help people to agree on the keys, they might go home. They might not come all at the same time to be online all. You can have, for example, the first dealer come online, deal its secrets, and then the next dealer come online. So you don't need to have them all online at the same time and synchronize at the same time. Another interesting point for a scheme that is non-interactive is that most of the non-interactive protocols are at the same time can be publicly verifiable, which is another good property. Because later, if the nodes are not available anymore to do the verification, anybody in the network can do the verification. So that's the motivation why we are looking into a non-interactive DKG, not any DKG. So now let's talk about why threshold signature scheme. So threshold signature schemes has a lot of application. The first application was even before cryptographers thinking about cryptography. So the first application was for democracy. So we decided that instead of having only one person sign the bill, we choose a group, and if a threshold of this group or a fraction of them sign the bill, then we kind of assume this bill is passed. Later, the threshold signature scheme used for voting-based consensus protocols. This is a similar approach like voting. So instead of everybody trust only one person to help them reach agreement, they work together, and so they sign the block or the value they want together, and if a fraction of them or a threshold of them agree on the block, then they assume it's accepted and decided. So another nice, interesting application of threshold signature scheme is creating random numbers. So if this threshold signature scheme has uniqueness property, you can use it as a random beacon. So starting with one random value, the group can sign this random value. The signature is unique, and it is uniformly chosen from the group. So it's a good random value. It's unpredictable, and then you can sign that random value again, and it's unpredictable again. So you can have a chain of random values. And random beacons are a very useful tool in distributed computing in general. So now we know there are a lot of applications for threshold signature scheme. Let's try to create one. The first step to create a good threshold signature scheme is to do the distributed key generation. But before doing a distributed key generation, let's see how the keys is really used. So very trivial threshold signature scheme is that each party create its own secret key and public key and use a well-defined signature scheme, not a threshold one, to sign. So each party sign completely independently. And for the verification, if T of them has a valid signature on the message, you can consider it a valid signature as a group valid signature. So this is correct. This is the correct scheme, but it's not efficient. It's a very inefficient scheme. So why it is inefficient? Because in this scheme, group public key size is O of n, signature size is O of t, and verifier should verify O of t of the signatures. So we want a scheme that we can combine the signatures to make it shorter, and to make the verifier job easier, and also to make the messaging that should pass in the network smaller. So now let's do a little bit of background on how we can create such a scheme. So one way to do the distributing keys or sharing the keys is used secret sharing, because keys generally are secrets. So we can use a secret sharing method to create keys. Assume in a secret sharing scheme, we assume there is one secret that we want to share it among n parties, such that t of them are necessary and sufficient to reconstruct the secret. So here, it's very important that less than t people can gather together, but they cannot learn any information about the secret. So it has complete secrecy property. So the first secret sharing scheme is introduced by Shamir. Usually they call it Shamir secret sharing scheme. So in a Shamir secret sharing scheme is based on polynomials. So we love polynomials here. So if you have a polynomial of degree t minus 1, you can assume the f of 0 of the polynomial is your secret. And then you can create a random polynomial. You can choose all the coefficients of the polynomials randomly and create a random polynomial of degree t minus 1 over the field. Then, because t points are necessary and sufficient to reconstruct the polynomial, then essentially t points are necessary and sufficient to reconstruct the secret. And up to t point reveals no information about the secret since polynomial is undefined. So it has perfect secrecy. So secret sharing scheme is based on this idea of Shamir. So how we can do a secret sharing is that we have a secret, we choose a random polynomial, and we choose points on this polynomial. And we send the one point to each party on this polynomial. So one party has 1 point of the polynomial. Later on, in the reconstruction phase, the parties, t of them can gather together and reconstruct the polynomial and reconstruct the secret. So we say the secret sharing scheme has secrecy property because less than t shares carry no information. So if one of the parties is not honest, is dishonest, and say his secret to everybody, it doesn't reveal anything about the actual secret. And we say it has correctness property. It means that t shares are sufficient to reconstruct the key. Now, can we go from secret sharing scheme to key generation scheme? Because we don't want just secret sharing, we need key generation. So we can assume that there is, so there is a way. So assume that there is a public key and an associated secret key for the group. Then we can share the secret key of the group this way. So now, let's say we have an oracle, and this oracle is trusted. Then he can create a public key and associated secret key for the group, and he can share the group secret key to the parties. Then this sharing happens once, and later on, people can gather together and sign multiple times. Okay, but oracles are not real, so there is no oracle in real world, and we cannot trust a single party to do this sharing phase for us. So because this is what we wanted to avoid. We want a decentralized system. So now we want to go from distributed key generation step by step. First, we have to make sure that we have multiple dealers, not just one dealer. And we have to make sure that each dealer cannot cheat. And so instead of using a secret sharing, we need a VSS or verifiable secret sharing scheme. And then we can assume the DKG is multiple instances of the VSS. Now we have multiple dealers, each dealer do a VSS. Now DKG is a multiple instance of the VSS scheme. So now let's start with only one dealer. So the dealer do the sharing. If he is not trusted because he is not an oracle, the share might not be on a polynomial. Then we cannot reconstruct the secret anymore, or we cannot sign with the incorrect shares. So what we should do, we should commit to the polynomial. So now, if we want to commit to the polynomial, we have to agree on the commitment. All the nodes should agree on the commitment of the polynomials. Otherwise, it's not enough. So because all the nodes should agree on the commitment of the polynomial, how we can reach agreement? Agreement is a very, very difficult procedure. It needs consensus. But good thing is that we already know blockchain. Blockchain is a method of agreement. So we can use blockchain to agree on the commitment of the polynomial. So we can put the commitment of the polynomial on the blockchain. And since we want to use blockchain for everything, let's say we put the shares of the people also on the chain. But blockchain has no privacy, so we cannot really put the shares on the chain. So now we have to encrypt the shares and put them on the chain. So what we have? We have a polynomial. We have points on the polynomial. We encrypt the points with the secret key of the parties, and we commit to the polynomial. Now we put everything on the blockchain. Now still, it's not enough because the encryption and the commitment might be completely on different polynomials. So a dishonest dealer might commit to something, encrypt something else. So we have to have a proof that, okay, if I have an encrypted share, this share opens to a correct point on the committed polynomial. So, and we use a zero-knowledge proof for that. So I hope it's not that difficult. Okay? Now, this is the scheme. This is what we use for VSS scheme as a VSS. So let's go over it again. So we have a secret. The dealer have a secret. He creates a polynomial. Then he commits to the polynomial by using a simple commitment. So he commits to the coefficient of the polynomial. Now, he has to encrypt the shares. The way that we decide to encrypt the shares, because later on we want to do a zero-knowledge proof on them, is that we chunk the shares, we chunk Fi, which is a share, and use the exponential L-Gamma encryption for each chunk. Then, our zero-knowledge proof can prove that if we decrypt the ciphertext, then the decryption is going to be a point on the committed polynomial. Okay. Now, until this point, I only talked about VSS, or verifiable secret sharing. I didn't talk about now how we can go from verifiable secret sharing to the DKG, which needs distributed, which is decentralized. So still, I have only one dealer, which is single point of failure. If the dealer is dishonest, he can learn the secret. He can distribute non-random polynomials, or he can remain silent in the protocol. So the next step is how to have multiple dealers. So to have multiple dealers, we can repeat the same procedure for each dealer. Now we receive multiple shares, and then we can add the shares to each other. Since Shamir secret sharing has homomorphic property, the addition works here for us. Now let's see what is homomorphic property. So we have polynomials. If you have a polynomial and add it to another polynomial, the result is a polynomial of the same degree. So it's very simple. So if I have y is equal x plus x2 and add it to y is equal 2x plus x2, then I have y equal 3x plus 2x2. And it's still a polynomial. And it has the same properties that we want. And now, if I have a random polynomial and add it to a non-random polynomial, the result is a random polynomial. So why it is true is because nobody can guess what is my first random polynomial, so nobody can guess what is the output of the addition. So this way, now assume I have two dealers. The first dealer choose secret 1 and he's honest. Now I have a second dealer and he choose secret 2 and he's dishonest. Now I have public key 1 for the honest people and S1 for the honest people, public key 2 and S2 for the dishonest people. My group public key is going to be PK1 plus PK2. My secret key is going to be f of 0 on the first polynomial, f1 of 0 plus f2 of 0 on the second polynomial. And the secret key of each party is a corresponding point is the addition of the corresponding point of the polynomials. So this way, now I can have multiple dealers. Now, if I have enough dealers, I can make sure that at least one of them is honest. I can make sure at least one of them create a correct polynomial, correct random polynomial, and then this way I can make sure that the public key and secret key is going to be random. And the small secret keys, the sharing keys, are also random. So are we there yet? So is this protocol secure? We don't know. So there is an attack on this protocol, which is usually called rushing adversary attack. And the attack makes the group public key to not be random. So what is the attack? Is that if I'm a bad dealer, if I'm an adversarial dealer, I can wait for all the parties to create their polynomials and their public keys, reveal their public keys. Then I choose my own public key. So I can really choose what is going to be the group public key because I'm the last person. So because of this rushing adversary attack, the resulting public key is not random. But maybe we still have a secure protocol. Why we think maybe we still have a secure protocol? Because this type of attacks happened on other DKG, not the non-interactive ones, but other DKGs before. So Gennaro et al. Proved that similar scheme, that is a discrete log-based DKG protocol, cannot produce a uniform public key. And they showed that this attack works on that specific scheme. But they also have a solution for that problem. So they solve the problem and create a new DKG protocol that is producing a correct random output. But the problem is that the new scheme is not non-interactive. It has additional round. For them, maybe it wasn't matter because the original protocol has 3 rounds and then it was 1 additional round. Maybe that doesn't matter. But for us, we are looking for a non-interactive protocol, so we cannot use their technique. But there is another interesting observation as well. They also observed that some of the discrete log-based protocols or crypto systems remain secure despite the non-random public keys. So maybe we can do the same thing here. So similarly, we investigate the BLS threshold signature scheme, and we understand and we observe that the specific threshold signature scheme that we use remains secure even when using a non-interactive DKG that creates a non-random public key. So in the presence of a random oracle model and CDHD oracles, but I'm ignoring them. So what is the proof? So the first time I created the proof, it uses security proof with functionalities and simulator and actual real protocols and a lot of math. And our engineers says, oh, it's a very, very complicated proof. We don't understand anything. So this is the proof intuition. I'm not going deep into the proof, but I think it has a very good intuition. How we can prove why it's not important that the public key is not random for BLS. So we are following the Gennaro et al. Proof. And so what we can do is that we can say that any threshold signature scheme, specifically here, our BLS threshold signature scheme, can be reduced to D instances of signature scheme, of a one-party signature scheme, not a group, not a threshold signature scheme, where D is the number of dealers. So if I have 20 dealers, it means that my threshold signature scheme is running 20 simple signature scheme in parallel, D times. Now, to break a scheme, the adversary has to break all of these individual signature schemes. The adversary has to break all D of instances of them. But we know one of the dealers was honest, so based on the assumption, we assume that we have enough dealers that at least one of them is honest. Since at least one of them is honest, we know the adversary cannot break the signature scheme of that specific honest people. Since he cannot do that, as a result, he cannot break the security of the whole threshold signature scheme. So this is the intuition behind the proof. I'm ignoring the formal proof here. But we also implemented our scheme. So for the zero-knowledge proof in the scheme, we had 3 options. So we first choose the bulletproof as a zero-knowledge proof because we needed a simple range proof, and bulletproof is very good for that. So then this is the bandwidth and computation and communication cost of the bulletproof scheme if we use bulletproof. Then we use a different signature scheme other than ElGamal for the different encryption scheme other than ElGamal for encrypting the shares on the chain. For the optimization, here the optimization is to decrease the bandwidth. Bandwidth is important for us. And then lastly, we use a snark as the proof, and this is the cost of the optimized bulletproof and the snark. So if these numbers is too magical for you, I have more concrete numbers, which help you understand what's the cost. So this is the cost per dealer per DKG. I like to thank Andrea. His picture is here. He ran all this on his laptop, which was a 4-core laptop. It was a very simple one. So the cost might show a little bit higher because of that. But for bulletproof, we had around 100 kilobyte of message size or bandwidth that is required, and the prover computation needs around 15 seconds, and the verifier computation needs around 12 seconds. If we optimize it, remember I said we optimize for the bandwidth because bandwidth is very important. If we optimize it, we can have a 27 kilobyte for the bandwidth, but then the prover and verifier times is going to be much higher. So the prover time is going to be around half an hour, and the verifier time is around 30 minutes. So the prover time, maybe it's not that much important on DKG because you run DKG once, like for example, every week or so. You don't run DKG a lot, and then it can be completely offline. It can happen, the proof can happen offline because it's a non-interactive protocol. But the verifier time is very high for that optimization. So then we tested with snarks. And then the bandwidth is 32 for the snark. It's still small. The prover time is around an hour, which is large. But the verifier time is around 7 milliseconds. So I think that one is our best option for now. Still, it has a very long prover time. So for future, I encourage any researcher to work on this scheme and try to make it better, make it more practical, make it more efficient. And however, we only run it once a week, but still 1 hour is a long period of time. So thank you, everyone, for listening to me. And I like also to thank Definity's DKG team and also our engineers who help us to implement this scheme.
Okay, we have time for a couple of questions. Anyone wants to ask a question, let me know. Meanwhile, while people are coming, maybe I ask a question. You mentioned that you need to do range proofs. Can you say where exactly in the statement that you need to prove proving range just comes?
Yes, so you remember I said that we break the encryption into chunks and then prove this, the chunks, and then I have to prove each chunk is in a range because I break it into the chunks.
So if you intend to use snarks for zero-knowledge proofs, how do you deal with trusted setup? Is it only between participants? Like, how are you going to address this?
Yes, the dealer should do the trusted setup. It needs a trusted setup.
But I mean, like, whoever produces trusted setup can fake proofs. So
it cannot fake it, but it's one of the drawbacks of the snark is that it needs trusted setup. You are right.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. And
Sure.
My question was like, do you need, is it a necessity to have like an absolute external dealer, or can the participants themselves be the dealer? Because as you mentioned, you need at least one honest dealer, and for the secret sharing, you can have like n minus k. So can the participant function themselves as a participant as well as a dealer who publishes a polynomial?
Yes, currently we choose a number of parties to participate as a dealer. But the difference is that because we have the parties to do the threshold signature and run a consensus later, the group should be a bigger size, because for them we need honest majority, or at least 3 of them should be honest. But the dealers should be from a smaller group, because we are in any trust model at that. Only one honest node is required for that specific.
Okay, let's thank the speaker again. The next talk is by Nicholas, who will talk about aggregating multi-signatures.
Hi, everyone. Okay. Hi, everyone. Today I'm going to talk to you about Handle, which is an aggregation protocol for large-scale Byzantine committees. So this is a work done with Olivier Begassa, myself, Boager Collad, and Nicolas Liochon. So first, let's see, why do we want to aggregate? Okay, let's start from the basics. I don't need to convince you that in our digitalized world, we generate a lot of data and we need to process them. And for any kind of network, grid networks, traffic monitoring, IoTs, whatever. Sometimes we also want to process the data while collecting them, because collecting everything when processing can be a huge bottleneck. So the next question I want to ask is, why do we need to allow for Byzantine nodes in our system? Why do we want to aggregate with Byzantine nodes? So a Byzantine node, just for a reminder, is a node that can behave arbitrarily. It can be offline, it can respond anything it wants. It doesn't need to respect the protocol specification. So one obvious example in the blockchain space is, for example, a proof-of-stake-based consensus protocol, where you have designated leaders, either self-elected or by randomness, or etc., that can issue a new block and broadcast it to the network, and then you have a set of validators that want to issue a statement specifying if the block is valid or not. Basically, this statement is a signatures, and we use multi-signature scheme to make it to be able to aggregate all these signatures together into one unique signatures. Okay, so and this one unique signature will be in the blockchain afterward to prove the validity of the block. And so for this kind of example, in this proof-of-stake-based consensus, the security is impacted by the number of signatures that you can get. Grossly, the bigger the better. Of course, if it's more easier to corrupt 500 nodes than 5,000, for example. And the scalability is also impacted by the time it takes for this aggregation protocol to operate. So what are the current available methods to aggregate right now? So the first, most naive one is direct retrieval. You have one single server that contacts every other nodes and, and gather the statement and aggregate them together. So in terms of time complexity, it's O(n), but it's centralized and resource inefficient. On the next level, we have a tree-based construction, a tree overlay network, where every nodes set up themselves in a tree. So you have a root with parents and the leaves, and each node each leaf starts sending their contribution up to their parent and up again, and you aggregate like this. So in terms of time complexity in the O log n, so this is really great, but this is really, really hard to maintain a tree in Byzantine scenario. So as soon as one node is offline, as soon as one node doesn't broadcast the signature of its children, then you have to restructure the tree, you have to detect this kind of behavior, it's quite hard. Another maybe naive approach is what we call the complete graph, where each node will eventually contact all the other nodes, and so it gathers statements about each of the other nodes and aggregate them. So this is really robust because we know that an honest node will be able to gather at least all the other honest nodes' contributions. But at the same time, it's O(n) squared time and communication complexity. So this is something we'd like to avoid if possible, because this is not really scalable. As a last solution, we have gossiping. So there's thousands of ways to do gossiping, so I won't delve into these details right now, but basically you broadcast your contribution to the gossiping network, and then you update, you rebroadcast your contribution every K period, etc., etc. So this is quite robust, sometimes can be censorship resistant also, but as soon as you get to large numbers, we're still in a time complexity superior to linear. So we want something a little bit better than that. So this is why we worked on handle. So what do we want exactly to get as properties? What do we want this framework to do? So first, our goal is to aggregate thousands of statements. Okay, we want to aggregate multiple thousands of statements together. We work in the model of partially synchronous network. So partially synchronous network means that between the time I send a message and the time the destination receives it, there is a delay, but nobody knows it. Nobody knows this delay. And we work with Byzantine nodes, of course. So we want 3 key properties out of handle. The first one is we want it to be fast. So basically, we want a time log n complexity. We want to be able to aggregate thousands of statements in a few seconds. The second key property is fairness. So basically, we want to gather as much as possible honest contributions as there are honest nodes. We don't want any honest node to be eclipsed. We don't want to be honest node to be left out of the protocol. We can't really know what will happen for the Byzantine nodes contribution, so we're only caring about the honest nodes contribution. And the third point is efficiency. Of course, we want time complexity of log n, but we also want moderate hardware. We want everybody should be able to run on this protocol. So we want a log n also CPU, bandwidth, complexity resource. One key point that I would like to highlight is handle is not a consensus protocol. So we do not guarantee uniformity of the results. There could be different multi-signatures or different aggregate value at the end that will all be valid, but they could be different depending on which scheme are you using. So let me define a little bit what we mean in more detail by aggregation. What do we want to aggregate? How do we want to aggregate? So basically, we are in this part of the project, we are focusing on aggregation function, which has both property of commutativity and associativity. And we can say that a statement is valid if we have a verification function V that can output 1 with some public information, only if the statement is valid for. This definition is perfectly fit the scenario of using multi-signatures, where this verification function is just the signature verification function scheme. And the public information is who signed this statement, so the aggregated public key. I'll talk more about that later. So how does handle work? First, before going to the specification of exactly how handle works, I want to recall some technique which is called binomial swap forest, which has been introduced by Justin Kapos 10 years ago. And basically, this technique is defined in the fail-stop model, so where a node can crash, but there's no Byzantine behavior in this model. And this makes an aggregation framework in time log n complexity. So with a binary swap forest, each node will work with different levels. So we'll go from level 1 to level 2 to level 3, etc., sequentially, one level at a time. So the basic idea is that node 0 here will just simply send his contribution to node 1, and node 1 will send his contribution to node 0 at the first level, etc., for 2 and 3, 4 and 5, 6 and 7, etc. At the next level, we'll contact the next power of 2. Okay, so node 0 will contact node 2 or 3, and the node 1 will contact node 2 or 3 with the contribution of 0, 1. It sends 0 send already the aggregated contribution to the next set of power of 2. And inversely, 2 and 3 will send the contribution 2, 3 to a node 0 or node 1. Okay? And the next level goes on until you reach all the nodes in the system. So the last level, they will swap half of the contribution. So this is a basic technique on which handle relies on, which is called binomial swap forest. As I said, it is defined in the fail-stop model. So Basically, a first-stop model means that a node can fail, and we can detect it. And the way we detect this failure in binomial swap forest is using timeout. Okay. So basically, as here we can see node 0, which will send his request to node 2, but node 2 has crashed out. So after some timeout, it will send out his contribution to node 3. So here we can directly see that the timeout is a key parameter in this protocol. So if it's too short, then we can evict node too early. Like for example, if node was just far away, then you would have been evicted already. If it's too long, we just increase the completion time of the protocol linearly, and that's not something we want. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about the Byzantine part. So since it's defined in the first-stop model, a Byzantine actor can really screw up this protocol pretty easily. Here it's a very basic attack. So for example, node 0 is an attacker, and will directly send only his contribution to node 2 and 3. So node 1 will be eclipsed directly. At the next level, 2 and 3 will just consider that 1 is offline and will send to their contribution 0, 2, 3 to 6 and 7, for example. So it's really easy for a Byzantine attacker to skip levels directly, to eclipse nodes in this protocol directly. So what we want to do is to bring these techniques and we want to bring some Byzantine fault tolerance to this technique. Okay? So we are doing this via 3 complementary modules, techniques. The first one is concurrent levels. Instead of having a sequential list of levels that once you move to the next level, you forget about the previous one, we make all levels in parallels, okay? Almost in parallel. The second level is periodic, the second technique is periodic dissemination. So that means that each node will periodically send its contribution to multiple nodes at the same level. And the last key mechanism is individual contribution. That means that as well as sending my aggregated statement, my aggregated signatures or statement, I will also send my individual contribution. I'm going to details for all 3 of mechanisms. So the first one is concurrent level. So a node basically can update its level when it receives a new statement. So for example, here we see that 2 and 3 has received 0's contribution, but did not receive 1's contribution. So they will go on with the protocol as usual, as we saw before. But later on, node 1 will send also its contribution to node 2. And then node 2 will be able to gather all the statements that he got. So he will be able to make the signatures 0, 1, 2, 3 and send it to the next level already. So this is the first mechanism that we had to binomial swap forest. The second one is periodic dissemination. So we say that each node has a randomized list of all the nodes at each level. So for example, node 0 has a randomized list of 2 and 3 and a randomized list of 4, 5, 6, 7. So it may not necessarily be in this order that it contacts them. And at each period, it will send its best aggregated statement for this level. So for example, it will first contact node 2, and then it will first contact, and then one period later, it will contact node 3. So this is an obvious difference against a Byzantine actor, since here we can see that node 2 is Byzantine and won't relay the 0's contribution, and will simply skip it to node 3. The third mechanism is individual contribution. So as well as sending, each time I send an aggregated statement, I also send my individual contribution as well. And this brings several advantages. So the first one is that it enables us to merge more multi-signatures together. Sometimes you can have multi-signatures that are incompatible to merge because there's one contribution in common, so you don't want to add twice the same contribution. So with this individual contribution, you can actually merge more, you have more possibility of merging multi-signatures together. The second advantage is that it can nullify some smart eclipse attack where you have a coalition of Byzantine nodes that works together to make a node's contribution eclipse by the rest of the honest nodes. I won't go into detail, but this technique allows to prevent this attack. And also, what it means for a more formal analysis, it means that eventually we will lead to the complete graph scenario that I explained before. So eventually, every honest node will contact all of the honest nodes. But we don't need to go that far if on average. So we'll come to that. So now that I've explained roughly the basis of how Handle works, I just want to have a slide on that, how Handle could be deployed in practice. So The first way to deploy handle is by the regular way of I just explained to you. So we have all signers that talk to each other. So that means we have to expose their IP address. So it's fast, it's simple to understand, it's simple to deploy. But in some cases, we'd like the IP address of the signers to not be revealed. This is for DRS resistance reason, because, for example, if I have on my account 1,000 of Ether, then I don't want, when I sign something, to that every people know that my IP address, what my IP address is, for example. So a second step we could run handle on is to put some signers behind an anonymity network, for example, Tor hidden services or I2P services. What is important with this setup is that it's also compatible with the first one, meaning that you could have some signer exposing their public IP address and some signers behind an anonymity network, and both could still talk to each other, and the protocol could still be able to run, depending on which requirements do you want for your own node. The third deployment items is one quite interesting, because we can realize that in handle, we can make the distinction between who are the signers and who are the aggregators. So basically in handle, the ones that are running the protocol are merely aggregators. They don't need to perform the signatures themselves. And it's possible to merge the set of signers into a larger anonymity set of aggregators. And so the aggregators who are not signers will just run a handle, but without giving any individual contribution, but the signers themselves would. And this will enable to hide the IP address of the signers among this larger anonymity set. A last point we studied for deploying handle is over DHC. For example, it can be quite interesting for cryptocurrencies. And for example, in the example of Cadmelia, Cadmelia has a routing table and construct this routing table from the longest common prefix, which is exactly what we are doing in handle by selecting this next power of 2. And basically, the two model fits perfectly well together. Although in Cadmelia we have 160, we are supposed to have 160 rows in the routing table. Although in practice, most of the rows will be empty. So it will be much faster than doing 160 levels in parallel. So these are the potential deployment on which to deploy a handle. And I want to talk a little bit more about what were our first original motivation for handle. As I explained earlier in the first slide, we wanted to see how we could improve a proof-of-stake consensus protocol. Basically, if you didn't hear Vitaly's talk before, I can recall quickly that in proof-of-stake consensus-based protocol, you have one leader that is proposing a new block, and you will set of validators that will be using BLS multi-signatures to attestify the validity of this block. So here I quickly recall how BLS works. I won't go into detail, it's not the place. But basically, we have the key generation, the signature algorithm, and we have these two items for BLS multi-signature. The first one is aggregation. So we have a list of signatures and public key that we want to aggregate into one signatures and with one aggregated public key at the end. And we just multiply the signatures together and multiply the public keys together. And this is quite easy and simple to perform, and this is very fast. Compared to the verification function, which uses pairings. So if you want to know more about pairing, I invite you to read more about BLS multi-signatures. But pairing is a slow operation. It can take a few milliseconds on a laptop, a community laptop. So our goal was to be able to reduce the total number of verification. Basically, we wanted to enlarge the set of validators that could be possibly validating a block. But we didn't want to make all-end verification, because if you take 2,000 contribution, then 2,000 times 2 milliseconds, you already take a few seconds just to verify the signatures, even not to get them. So we implemented handle as an open source Go library, first with BN256 baryton narrowing curves. We used the Cloudflare implementation and the Golang implementation. We can switch one and off. So far we implemented as a network layer just a UDP. So we are just sending UDP packets. This fits quite well the model of Handle, because even if we don't need to reach all of the nodes, even if one packet is dropped, our signatures will be included by the other nodes later on due to this amplification effect of Handle at each level. This implementation has been designed with genericity in mind, so we could plug different networks, different curves, different topology. It could be deployed in practice with all the deployment scenario that I showed here earlier. It's Apache license, so you're free to take it, modify it as you want, and you're welcome to check it out on GitHub. Now, let's see about the evaluation of Handle to see how it performs in practice. So we evaluated Handle by using BLS signature with BN256 as the implementation. As for the testbed network, we used Amazon EC2 instances. So we ran up to 2,000 instances EC2. So these instances only have one core. We are the cheapest of Amazon instances, and we run 200 nodes per instances. So we already overloaded on each Amazon instances. So we are measuring in the worst case hardware requirements performance. So we are focusing on this during this evaluation on two things. One is signature generation time, and the other one is network consumption. And we want to see how Handle performs under different scenarios. One key point, again, I would like to highlight for this testbed is that we really we use 10 regions on Amazon, and we try to spread all our nodes regularly on all regions. And you can see we go from London to Oregon to Singapore. These are the RTT times. If you want the latency, you need to divide by 2. So let's go on. First, we wanted to compare Handle with the complete graph scenario, because this is a robust one, and we wanted to see how the two compares together. So at the left, you had the signature generation time, and you can see that Handle is finishing with 4,000 nodes under, this is the average time to completion. So we took all nodes completion time, and we averaged them, and Handle finished, the average is 800 milliseconds, while we can see for the complete graph, it's over 6 seconds. And for the network consumptions, it's also logarithmic behavior is also observed here, where we can see that we only send, in average, each node send only 56 kilobytes of data for Handle, and for the complete, they send over 7 megabytes. Now we wanted to see how Handle performs with failing nodes, because as you recall before, I mentioned that timeout is a key parameter in binary software. It's still a key parameter in Handle. So we wanted to see how does it perform by detecting this timeout. So we took 4,000 Handle nodes over 2,000 Amazon instances, and we increased the number of failing nodes. So basically, we went from 1% to 25% to 49%. And we required that each Handle node gathers multi-signatures with at least 51% threshold contribution. And you can see that even with 49% failing nodes, we arrive at a completion time of 700 milliseconds, 750 milliseconds. And this last graph is to show what is the difference between the first node that finished to gather its multi-signature and the last one that finished, and what is the average. So in the red line here, you can see the average. The purple line is the maximum time that a node took to gather his multi-signature. So we can see here the maximum is still under 1 second for 4,000 nodes. It's about 900 milliseconds. And for the grid line is just minimum. So it can be quite fast sometimes. And here we can see that even for 4,000 nodes, we had a completion time of 400 milliseconds. So Handle is, we still have some work to do on Handle. Namely, we wanted to evaluate with quick network layers, so to be able to add a confidentiality and authentication to each time we send our contributions. This will also allow us to make some kind of blacklisting of Byzantine node once they send us some wrong signatures or invalid signatures of packets we should not receive. On the second item, we would like to we are working on a more formal paper with a more in-depth evaluation and formal analysis of Handle. So this is all work in progress for the paper. And as a conclusion, I'd like to wrap up by just recalling what I've just presented. I presented Handle, which is a large-scale aggregation framework. The time complexity is all log n in average. Handle can be deployed on different scenarios depending on the requirements with different anonymity levels. And we have implemented Handle as an open source Go library. And you're welcome to check out, and that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, we have time for questions.
Very nice work. And this might be part of your future work, but do you know what the worst case time complexity is if the adversary attacks in some smart way?
Yeah, that's a good question. So initially, we have to say that the very worst case time is n cube. Okay, this is for this sounds quite bad, and in fact it sounds unrealistic in practice. So for this scenario to happen, that means each node receives one packet at a time and then updates all its level, and then receive another packet at a time and updates all its level. And each node in parallel has to do in this. And this is exactly the worst case scenario that we'll have. But in practice, we believe it's highly unlikely to happen. What could happen, for example, is just that the Byzantine node just don't include the honest nodes contribution, and then we lead to O(n) square. In this case, we lead to O(n) square, like the complete graph scenario that we showed before. So depending on the timing assumptions you could play with, the worst case varies also.
Thanks.
In a real proof-of-stake network where you expect some sort of you might want some sort of privacy for these nodes with respect to the validator identities. How do you expect validators to organize themselves into, or nodes to organize themselves into the structure to be able to pass the messages in the structured way?
So we don't have, I mean, the only requirement is to have, so far what we put it on Handle, but I think we could go around this restriction, is to have a continuous set of IDs. And even if some IDs are empty, it's not better. It's like the same thing in academia. Like I said, in the routing table, most of them will be empty. You have so many IDs, but most of them are not assigned to any real nodes. And so there's no actual network structure to maintain like a tree network. That's what I mean. We just send packets out. We don't need to actually maintain an overlay network on top of the actual network here.
Thank you.
In the interest of understanding your synchronicity assumptions, what was the timeout you guys were using in your simulations that you showed?
Yeah, it's a good question. So I could even show you here another graph that I have about the timeout sensibility. So on the left, you have 3 different timeouts, and you can see the green one is a 50 millisecond timeout, the red one is a 100 timeout, and the purple one is 200 millisecond timeout. And you can see that like as I said before, the timeout is a key parameter here. So we used 100 millisecond timeout to start a level. So the first level will be started directly. The second level will be started at after 100 milliseconds, the second with 200 milliseconds, etc. And after all of them run together. So after a few hundred milliseconds, you have all levels that are still running at the same time. And here you can see the difference with the timeout.
Okay, one more question. Have you tried a disparity in the starting times between the nodes? So when you initially start these timeout periods?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understood.
So maybe my understanding is incorrect of what you guys have done, but these 50 or 100 milliseconds timeouts, does that all start at exactly one time? As in, do these guys have a synchronized clock from which they're starting?
I mean, we are running simulation with 4,000 nodes, so of course there will be some delay between the time you tell the first one and the time you tell the last one anyway.
Okay.
We didn't measure exactly what this delay is.
Okay.
We could, but yeah. We didn't start at exactly the same time, so I think there should be, since we are spreading all over the world with Amazon instances and we are starting all the instances from one node, it has to contact every region. So at least you will get the maximum latency here difference for starting the nodes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's thank the speaker again. Now Omar will give the last talk of the session on decentralized wallets.
Yeah, so hi everyone. My name is Omer. This talk is about key management in the blockchain context using threshold cryptography. I would like to start with the motivation. Let's imagine we have a key management system with the following properties. So first, we want security with no single point of failure. This means we take out any centralized element and make it decentralized, including the private keys. However, we do want to maintain the concept of a single owner, since we assume that there is one, at least logical owner to a private key. So we do this by the following two assertions. So one, the owner that I will define later must approve or be part of any publicly verifiable statement using the private key, also known as signatures. And finally, we require that at any state of the system, the owner would be able to exit gracefully without any impact to his assets, meaning that you'll be able to move out of the system and to another system anytime he wants. So most of the focus of this talk would be on this last requirement, showing eventually one way that this kind of system is possible and maybe even practical. I will get the help from our friends Rick and Morty, and to outline the talk, so I would start with some kind of background on key management systems and why they are considered hard. We'll then introduce threshold signatures and see where this gets us, what we call here mixed model. And to complete the gap, I'll introduce a new construction that we came up with in this work, which stands for, this is T-move, that stands for threshold multiple output verifiable encryption. I will explain about it later. And then we instantiate it and show how it can be used to achieve verifiable social recovery that will help us to complete the system as we want. So key management system, in the context of blockchains, I want to focus on three main functionalities, namely the key generation, the signing, and the backup. So there are a few things we can say about relations between these functionalities. First, there's a trade-off between security and the signing or the usability. Right? If you'll agree with me that if you want to make your system as secure as possible, you just keep the keys where you generated them and never use them. But in blockchain, we do need to use them, and we need to use them a lot. So this is kind of the tension here, or the trade-off. Another important relation is between the key generation and the backup, or the primary method of keeping your key safe and the secondary method. So from system engineering perspective, we know that both of them should have kind of the same security or the same security assumptions, right? Otherwise, an attacker will go to the easy path and will just the other path will not be that relevant, okay? So this is another important relation. Now, what makes key management hard? So there are a few, actually many reasons. To name a few, so we have side channels attacks, such as I gave you the example of wallet fail that shows some nice side channels in hardware wallets, such as power glitches. We also have social engineering attacks. I gave you the example of Electrum wallet. You can just fabricate a message to the user and direct him to some place. And you also have human errors, as I showed in the example of the parity bug. So one solution we know to this is to delegate the key management to a third party that we trust, to let them manage our keys. So is this a good solution? I would claim that it's not an ideal solution. So first, from security perspective, it might even be less secure than the previous method. And also, this is creating centralized elements in the system that this is what we try to avoid. So question remains, how can we optimize on the security of the keys without compromising on their usabilities? So enter threshold cryptography, and specifically threshold signatures, and I would focus on the two functionalities. One is the distributed key generation, among n parties, and the second is signing that requires a threshold number, we call it T, out of these n parties. So the takeaway here is that there are actually two. One is that there is this parameter n, okay, that we need to decide what it is to define the system. So there's a parameter that we'll discuss later. And the second, that efficient protocols for threshold signatures exist, okay? To give an example, so ECDSA is considered one of the more difficult to thresholdized protocol for digital signatures. And unfortunately, it's being used in Bitcoin, in Ethereum, and many other chains. And just for the past 12 months, we saw 3 different papers that gave very nice protocols that are also very efficient. And if you want to play with them, I encourage you to check our GitHub and try it. So just a quick detour. I guess that some of you ask yourself, so this sounds a lot like multisig, and I just want to point that this is not multisig, so there are differences and there are similarities. I will not have time to go over the entire list, but maybe just one point, and of course, I encourage you to check online. There are some nice write-ups. I reference here ours, but there are some others that do the comparison between multisig and threshold signatures to give you the sense of what I mean. So rotation, the third line means, or in cryptography, proactive secret sharing. This is something that it's easy to achieve and very cheap in threshold signatures. What I mean is that the parties will rotate their secret shares such that the security means that you need to attack few places at the same time. Okay, now if you want to do it with multisig, you need to go through the blockchain to make a transaction. It is slower. It might be even more expensive. I even went to the trouble to find like a good way to remember it. So this is a miracle. Okay, so now that we have our mixed mode, our threshold signature baked in, let's see where this gets us. So first, there is a new role that just emerged. So let's try to understand what it is. So as I said, I want to assume that we have one owner in the system, okay? One private key and one owner. The owner will be defined as the one that moves the assets or funds or money from another system into the system, okay? So he has a kind of incentive or stake or skin in the game, if you like to. So this is the owner, and the rest of the parties, the rest of the n-1 parties would be service providers. So in terms of their cryptographic role, they will be identical maybe, but in more higher layer, they would need to be incentivized in some other way. Okay, so I would first want to focus on the simple case of one service provider. So let's see what we get in terms of system properties, system requirements from this specific case, and then I would say a few words on the general case and why I'm avoiding it for now. So let's see. So we get that there is no single point of failure just out of the box. This is just because an attacker needs to get to attack both parties, the owner and the service provider, to get the full private key. And we also even get that signing cannot happen without the owner approval, because this is also a threshold that is required both parties to participate. So the owner must take part. But recovery, and this is the question that I will focus for the rest of the talk, whether it is possible that at any given time, the owner can decide and just move all of his assets out of the system, okay? So just a quick few words about parameters in general. So I kind of, I would say it like this. There is dependency on the adversary model. Like I said, it's not just the cryptography, and it really depends. And based on this adversary model, there might be other access structure that can work also. But I would say that if we assume that the service provider is motivated by some kind of economical gain, and we want to maintain this system properties that I introduced before, so we eventually will end up with this recovery problem. So this is still interesting. And I would also claim, and I hope that you'll agree with me, that two-party protocols are generally easier to work with than the multi-party case. So for now, we'll focus on this two-party simple case, and I hope it will be enough. Now, let's define the problem of recovery in this case. So Simply put, we have two secret shares represented here by the owner secret share, which is the orange one, and the service provider secret share, which is the blue one. And the private key is a function of both. So the recovery is actually, it can be divided into two different problems. One I call the self-recovery, which means that what the owner should do if something happened to his secret share, to the orange key. The second problem is the counterparty recovery. And this is the more interesting problem, as we'll see in a few seconds. And this is the problem of what happens if something happened to the service provider and the blue key needs to be somehow reconstructed by the owner for him to have the full private key. So starting from the self-recovery problem, and this is actually can be reduced into what we see today in wallets. So you assume that you have some kind of secondary place to keep this private key or secret share. You can just use it. I would say, without going into details, that under the assumption of authentication in the system, we are able to maintain this property of no single point of failure even further on. Okay? And now to the more interesting problem, as I told you, how can the owner recover in the case that something happened to the service provider, if it goes offline, if it becomes DDoSed or hacked or malicious or whatever, okay? And of course, this can be a very easy problem if we assume that there is some other element in the system, for example, an escrow, and this escrow is being able to somehow get a live signal from the service provider and based on it do something. But this is something that we want to avoid because, it introduced some new elements to the system, and specifically it brings us back to the trusted third-party problem that we wish to avoid. So what's the idea? So we first need to do a little tweak, and this is the following. We need to have the service provider to run, to have one service provider to many owners, okay? So this does not affect security in any way. The service provider will just run the key generation with each owner separately, and eventually you'll have a bunch of those secret shares that belongs to different owners. Now, what will happen is that the service provider, once he goes away or something happened to him, the owners will be able to collaborate in some kind of a protocol which we call T-move, and at the end, they will get at the same time, each will get his own counterparty secret share. So again, the service provider will run key generation with each owner separately, but after the key generation, he will also provide them with some additional data for each service provider, for each owner, such that if something happens to him, they will be able to run a protocol and get back the secret shares, okay? So before we explain about T-move, I need to give a bit of background. So publicly verifiable secret sharing, we touched it a bit before in previous talk. So I'll just introduce my notation. So it's very simple. We have a dealer with a secret S, and he wants to distribute his secret. So we divide it into n secret shares, so to n morties. And what's also nice in the publicly verifiable, the publicly verifiability here is that it can provide a proof that, a public proof that this is actually a correct secret sharing. So these blue creatures, these mystics, will represent the public, and you'll see them a lot in the next slides because everything we do from now on will be publicly verifiable. It's really important for the construction. So now at a later point in time, if we want to have a reconstruction, we need T out of this n morties that will publish their secret shares, and they will be able to reconstruct the secret S. Also, this part is also publicly verifiable, such that each morty can prove that his secret share indeed belongs to this secret. So this is one thing that we need to understand. The second is a construction called D-log verifiable encryption. It's based on a paper, a fantastic paper from 15 years ago by Jan Kemenish and Victor Shoup, and what we have here is that we have an encryption scheme, and we also have a D-log relation, so it's not really important that this is a D-log relation. It's actually an elliptic curve D-log relation. We use this specific relation because it's what's relevant for blockchains, and the point here is that we have this morty that generates a key pair, a private key and a public key, and then comes comes Rick, and with a special encryption protocol, he can take a witness, and he outputs ciphertext and a proof. So the proof is something that can be publicly verifiable to show that the ciphertext is indeed of the specific witness of this D-log relation. And now, if at later point in time this Morty wants to decrypt, so he can run a special decryption protocol on the ciphertext using his private key, okay, and get back the witness. Nice. So the first construction that is new in this work, and I want to explain, it's a step towards T-move. It's called threshold verifiable encryption. So let's go over it and then explain. So again, we have an encryption scheme, and we have the D-log relation, and we have Morty that generates this Morty M that generates a key pair, private key and public key. Then comes the encryptor, and he has some witness that he wants to encrypt, so he outputs a ciphertext and a proof. Now, the proof is, again, publicly verifiable to show that the ciphertext C is indeed of the witness, W. And now what the difference comes from the point that the encryptor becomes also a dealer. He he runs the distribute phase of the PVSS. So he distributes secret shares to these N Mortys. And again, it's publicly verifiable. And then if at later point in time, this Morty M wants to reconstruct, so first he needs this N Mortys to, or at least T out of them, to publish their secret shares. And only then he can take these secret shares and his private key, and then he can decrypt the witness. So this is kind of a double lock mechanism, okay? And this is what makes it non-trivial, meaning it's not just a concatenation of the previous two constructions that I showed you, PVSS and verifiable encryption, because this is where they are bounded together. This Morty needs to decrypt using both, first to have the secret shares and also have at the same time his secret key. Okay, so now we can finally introduce threshold multiple output verifiable encryption. It will be very easy. And again, we start with an encryption scheme and the D-log relation. And now we have N outputs, or N ciphertext, and the proof. And Rick will be able to output them such that it will be publicly verifiable that the ciphertext, each one corresponds to a specific witness. And we again start with the phase of PVSS distribution. So it's not just one, as you can see. There are M PVSS or M secrets that are going to be distributed. And then if at later point in time we want to have a decryption, so the decryption will happen all at once. We need to have some reconstruction of the secret shares. We then, and only then, using the secret shares, each, or the K Morty can take his secret key, the secret shares, and output, using a special decryption algorithm, output is witness WK. Okay, so let's talk about the properties of this construction. So what we get here is that we have threshold verifiable encryption per party, but it's not the same as running threshold verifiable encryption n times. And this is one because of efficiency. So this protocol runs in parallel and needs less than n times PVSS schemes. It needs just M, which can be smaller. But more importantly, we have this property of gradual release, meaning that let's think what will happen if we run this protocol, NTVE protocols. So the first Morty, and there will always be a first Morty, he will get his witness, and then the second will get. But after they will get their witnesses, they will probably abort from the protocol. Okay, this is what makes sense. They have no reason to continue in the protocol. So the last Mortys will not have enough other Mortys to participate with them to get them also the witnesses. So what happens here is that we need this gradual release, meaning that we are releasing the witnesses all at the same time, one segment by the other. So each time we will release, we'll reconstruct one secret from a secret sharing scheme, we'll get all N Mortys will get one segment. And assuming the segments are small enough, if now one Morty is aborting the protocol, so all Mortys will have more or less the same amount of witness that they recover, up to one plus minus one segment that if the segment is small enough, it's can be it's neglectable. Okay, so how we instantiate it? So we use additively homomorphic encryption scheme. We specifically chose El Gamal in the exponent. And this scheme, as you can see, the encryption instead of being of W is encryption of WG. And this is what gets it the property of additive homeomorphism, as you can see below. And we basically generate a lot of those. So the encryptor generates a lot of these C1s, IJ. So in this case, you can see that this is the encryption of the witness for multi I, for party I, okay? And this is the J segment for this witness. And you can also see the double lock mechanism on the second element. This is the alpha J PKI, meaning that only the multi that has the secret key I and also reconstructed the alpha J will be able to recover, assuming that the segment is small enough, you will be able to recover this segment of W. This is publicly verifiable, so we need, to make it verifiable encryption, we need to add some zero knowledge proofs here, basically to show that this is the right structure. When we publish this, when Rick, the encryptor, is publishing this, he needs to show this is the right structure. You also need to show that the witnesses segments are small enough. So for this, for example, we use bulletproof by changing this C1 into a Peterson commitment by one zero knowledge proof, and then using bulletproof as a range proof. And the gradual release, we get it by the fact that we are reconstructing one alpha J at a time. So each time we get one alpha J, all parties get at the same time one segment using their secret key. Okay, so how can this be used for key recovery? So let's start by looking at the case of one service provider and one owner, and they run two-party key generation. As we mentioned before, the private key will be a function of both secret shares, and the problem is how the owner will be able to get the secret share SR at any point in time. So right after the two-party key generation, the service provider will also run the encryption phase, encrypting SR, and also the distribution of PVSS for party I, okay? So this can happen like for every party separately. And this is publicly verifiable, meaning that the owner knows that this was done correctly. Now, the owner can transfer funds into the system, knowing that if something happened to the service provider, we'll be able to collaborate with other owners under the same service provider, such that they will be able to reconstruct all the secret sharing, all the secrets from the secret sharing schemes, and then we'll be able to decrypt locally and get his own SR secret share, and then the full private key. So to recap, we looked at the two-party case, where we have one owner and one service provider, and now we showed that recovery can be done under some tweaking to the system. So I showed that key management is a hard problem. We introduced threshold signatures, what we called mixed model. We show what it gets us, which is no single point of failure in this specific case. We then describe threshold multiple output verifiable encryption and show that if we assume that all multis under the same service provider will have the same motivation to step out of the system, then by collaboration, they can achieve this verifiable social recovery. And that's it.
Okay, we have time for some questions. Let me ask one question. So how do you, how do you choose the threshold of owners that you need to recover, and how do you contrast that with the threshold that you need for the signature? I know you talked about the two-party case for the signing, but
yeah. So this is a good question, and I would also say that there are a lot of practical consideration that I kind of ignored in this talk so far, to focus just on the T-move. So I don't really know, I don't have the answer what's supposed to be the right number of threshold, because it depends on other number of parameters. So it's an open question.
Then you have a question?
Could you review again how the subsequent, or the first Mortys prevent, or basically, I'm still not sure how the first Morty can not grief the other Mortys in the key recovery, because like I understand that you like chop up all the keys to incrementally reconstruct them, but
yes, so
that alpha there.
we have M segments, okay? So we take a witness and we chop it into M segments. Let's assume that M is chosen such that the segments are small enough to be able to reconstruct the segment W out of WG, okay? But now each segment, we also have M, this same number of M is also used as M PVSS schemes. So we have M secret sharing schemes, and the gradual release works such that we are completing all Mortys, or threshold out of them, needs to complete this PVSS scheme one at a time. So once you got the first PVSS, all Mortys will be able to get the first segment. Once you got the second, all Mortys will get the second. Once you got the M1, all Mortys will get everyone.
And the last question I had was, is there a potential attack that the dealer could segment the Mortys so he could broadcast, you know, one round to, you know, a subset of the Mortys and another, you know?
So I would also put it in the same bucket of practical considerations. I even have a slide on this. This is all good questions. I mean, you can think about it like in a thought experiment. I mean, there might be some kind of attacks that I'm not aware of. I do know that there are a lot of practical considerations. This is not something you can just take and deploy and it will work out of the box.
Thanks.
Okay. Well, let's thank the speaker again. Then we'll give some concluding remarks.
Yeah. Okay, so this brings us to the end of the conference. Thanks. So I just got mail saying that there were a total of 926 attendees, which is a record for this conference. So fantastic turnout. I hope everybody enjoyed it. Yes. And I want to just give another round of applause for all the speakers and all the organizers. I hope you guys all enjoy the conference. And we plan to keep on running this conference, and yeah, we look forward to seeing you here next year. So have fun.